Okay, good morning. I am here by myself for the first time ever, starting one of these in a while. So I'm just going to kind of start and say that I will be reading Go Hex Yourself, which is a Raylo fanfic that sets up Kylo and Rey as kind of witch and familiar. And I think she gets a job as a familiar, not really understanding what that entails. And then I think it gets spicy. So I'm quite excited. It has serious flop factor, which we always appreciate. It's 365 pages. So I found that most books that are between 300 and 400 pages, I can get done in a day if I really concentrate. So I'm hoping some of you out there will help me be accountable today so that I can finish this. I have also started the X Hex. I'm 100 pages in because I was going to do a whole like witchy weekender. Except I haven't picked up the third book at all, which I was hoping to get to yesterday. Haven't finished this one. Need to start this one. So it may be a weekender and a couple of days. We'll see. So yeah, let me know in the comments down below what you will be reading. Good morning. I hope you're very productive today. You've been really productive the last few weeks. So fingers crossed for you. Good morning, Molly. Okay, well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here and going to get some reading done. So Molly was texting me yesterday about ways to clear their TBR shelf, and I'm really excited to see what challenge you've kind of settled on, if you've settled on one, or if you just want to mood read, because that's also fine. Mood reading is more than welcome here. So let me know. I'm just going to share it on Twitter because I set up all the tweet and everything, then didn't share it because I'm really smart that way. And sent. Cool. Okay. It depends on my D20 today. Okay. Do you mean the dice? Do you mean the D20? Okay, D&D brain. I'm like, is it the dice? I don't know. Good morning. I will be playing Animal Crossing while I drink coffee and listening to Silmarillion. That is a really good point. That's a really good point. You made me a chai and I forgot. One sec. She's back and she's got caffeine. It's great. Okay. We're here. We're ready. Yeah, I'm so glad I got that reference. I was like, I love that. I love that. That's, yeah, cool. I'm just going to do what, yeah, no, that's fair. So my suggestion to Molly was to basically clear one shelf and then put on that shelf all the books that you're really excited about and then mood read through them. And then at the end of the week, clear that shelf, start again. Because I don't know about you guys, but I always find that when I do my TBR, they're books that I'm really excited to get to. And then by the time it actually gets to reading them, I'm not interested anymore. So I feel like actually like a weekly little TBR is a much easier way of doing it. And I think also you'll be able to see just how much space you're clearing of your books when you do it that way. So I'm really hoping it works for you. TBR cut, yeah, that makes sense. Make it a Sunday job. I think, yeah, reorganizing a TBR on a Sunday, because I track my reads. Of course I do. 100 different spreadsheets, but I also do it on a notes app. I always update that onto my Discord every Sunday when I remember, so that I can be like, oh, I read this many books this week and can feel really proud of myself and really smug, etc., etc. So I will probably be sprinting until at least 9 or 10 tonight. I don't think I've finished a single book before 8 p.m. yet. And although this is a romance, I think this will move very, very quickly. I have another book that I need to finish as well. So I will be sprinting probably until at least 10 p.m. So I hope you guys are in it for the long haul, because I am. Good morning, Milan. Marking 40 essays. Oh, I hate that for you. I hate that for you. Swimming in the dark. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Are these, because Milan's a teacher, but are these young essays? In which case you might get through them quickly. But if they're like secondary school, it might take you a little bit longer. I have all of the best hopes for you to get that done. I have my tasks in different categories and I put numbers on those categories since everything needs to be done. I love that. And I've been really tempted to do a D20 decides my day vlog because I love this. And I'm so bad, especially when it comes to chores or getting things done that I need to get done, that I don't have to worry about anything else. I just need to get these chores done. Where do you start? Because I don't want to do any of it. So I feel like that's a really great way to do that. I love that. That's really cool. You have to update your Switch. That's cool. Very excited to see Milan. When can we next? When we next? Cool. Can you show me your? Yeah. Yes. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I hope to finish 3 books today. Fingers crossed for you. I've started so many. And Celine, who's been on sprints a couple of times, has challenged me to only read 1 book at a time in November. And I genuinely don't know how I'm going to do it because I just don't like reading 1 book at a time. I just get bored really quickly. So I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. If it's, yeah, love that. Love you. Bilingual secondary literature. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're going to be there a while. You're going to be there a while. And I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I really want to do a full D20 decides my day with a friend. I know some people that decide their train trips with dice and travel across the country. Not in this economy. I couldn't afford to do that in this economy. That sounds so exciting. I've always really wanted, I want to be comfortable enough financially that I could go to the airport, roll a dice, and just go wherever the next plane's going. Do you know what I mean? I would love to be able to do that, but not in my financial situation. So I think the first print, I'll put my books on my TBR cart, the ones in my bed and back on the shelves. I love that for you. Let me know at the end of that sprint which one you think is going to make it. Give us the top 5 from that list as well, because I'm really interested to know. Molly has like a really interesting collection of like books, but is very focused on romance at the moment, which I love. So let me know. I'm currently reading Billy the Kid and the Vampires of Vegas by Michael Scott. It's a short story. That's cool. I can't hear the name Michael Scott and not think of The Office, though. And I hate that for me. I hate that for me. Celine has just texted me saying that she's running late, but she is making a coffee and she'll be here very soon. So, Celine, if you're watching this, I'm not mad about it. Don't worry about it. It's cool. The government party. Oh, God damn it. Being an adult sucks sometimes. I remember when my bus fare used to be super cheap, and now I'm like, driving a car is very expensive. But I love that for you. I love that for you. Good morning. Reading an arc, Ruthless Villains by Marion Blackwood, which comes out tomorrow. Well, you got to let us know what you think then. We're going to need a full review, or at least the star rating. Let me know what you think of it, because that already, if Villains is in the title, it has a soft spot in my heart. I love a villain story. And if they're actually ruthless villains, I'm here for it. Well, at least on weekdays. That's fair. That's fair. I'll send you a picture of my car when I've picked them. Can't wait. Can't wait. Okay, so I'm going to throw us into a 45-minute sprint because I need to get some washing sorted. I don't know if you can hear, because I don't know what the sound quality is like of my microphone, but it is raining really hard, and that's all that I can hear at the moment. So I want to put on some of my classical music. I've gone for the Jane Eyre reading sprints this morning because it has that nice classical music. I'm going to do my washing, get started on my book, and then I can give you kind of my initial impression of Go Hex Yourself, because it's going to be wild. It's going to be so much fun. I'm so excited. It's going to be so good. So cool. In which case, I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hi, I'm sorry.
No, you don't need to apologize. Honestly, it's fine because where we had the watch along last night, we were still streaming at 10:30, and I therefore didn't go to sleep or didn't go to bed until 11:30 and really struggled to fall asleep. So I really struggled to wake up this morning anyway, and then came downstairs and was like, I'm here by myself. All the energy. So don't worry about it. It's fine. It's absolutely
I struggled to wake up this morning as well. I had an alarm at 7, so I remember waking up first at 7. I ignored my alarm. I woke up again at 8:30, something like that, and I was like, I have time. So I fell back asleep, and then it was 10 something, and I was like, I don't have time.
No, that's fair. Honestly, there's no worries at all. It was just bizarre because I haven't hosted a sprint by myself this entire time. I've had someone here every morning. Usually it's you. Usually you keep me company.
Yeah, I felt so bad. I was like, I'm gonna be late. And I needed coffee. I need coffee so bad. I had it's the size of my head. I needed the whole thing this morning. I was like,
yeah. No, that's absolutely fine. Don't panic. So I managed to read 21 pages of Go Hex or Go Hex Yourself even, and it's fine. I tell you what, the opening of this is almost beat for beat the same as the opening to 50 Shades of Grey. Which
really?
is in that she goes along for an interview, and then Molly's here. Good morning.
Hi.
Talking about Go Hex the X or Go Hex Yourself. I keep calling it Go Hex the X because it's I keep mixing the two of those together. There's too many hexes in my life right now.
Yeah.
But I was just saying, this is basically beat for beat the same start as 50 Shades of Grey, where she rocks up for something, embarrasses herself in front of the hot guy who's super grumpy, and then immediately moves in with him.
Love that.
So I'm just interesting. But the front of it said enemies to lovers, and I'm like, but they're not enemies. They don't care about each other at the moment. They just don't like each other. But they're not enemies. So I'm like, anyway. What are you reading, Celine?
I'm reading the sequel to Dreadwood, so Fairground. I'm only at the beginning. I'm on page 42, so I managed to read that, and I'm still loving it. I love the characters. It's really spooky for middle grade. It's also very funny. I keep laughing at what they're saying. So yeah. So that's the goal for today. Finish. I don't want to read too much. Usually I have a big stack of books to read in case I have options. All middle grade, all spooky middle grade. But yeah.
Celine has not finished just one book in any of the sprints she's been with me. She's finished at least 2 or 3 each time. And I'm just here's me, proud of myself for finishing a book. And Celine's
But no, it's the same amount of pages because they're all short books or middle grade. Yeah. So you gotta read them kind of fast, to be fair.
That's fair. That is fair. But it was the first one I did, Beyond the Black Door, and I really enjoyed it, but I really struggled with the pacing of it. And I was here at 11 o'clock at night, I'm dying. Will this book end?
What did you give it in the end though?
I gave it 3.5 because I liked a lot of the characters were really interesting. I liked the ace rep, but I found some of the stuff I just didn't enjoy as much as when Strickland used it in The Ravenous Dark. And I think if I'd read them the other way around, I'd have been like, oh my God, she's taken everything I love from Beyond
that's the way I read it. I read Beyond the Black Door first and then in The Ravenous Dark, so therefore loved them both, gave them both 5.
Yeah. No,
I can see what you mean.
So it was just it's the same issue I had when I read ACOTAR first and then went back to Throne of Glass. Yeah. I'm like, oh, I'm reading your older stuff after. I can see where you've grown, and I hate that.
I think that's the same with every author though, because their writing in general is just going to get better with time.
You'd hope. You'd absolutely
hope.
You'd
hope.
But
sometimes, it might not be the case,
but yeah, no, that's fair. But I know you shared via WhatsApp with me what you're reading. Did you want to share what you're reading on a Sunday morning?
A bit of a different vibe. Page. Dark romance, reverse harem, kidnapping, Great.
I love that
I'm
for
here
you.
with my cute little grey.
Yeah.
It's a spectrum, okay? We've got
A real Sunday morning vibe.
Yeah.
We all like to do different things on our Sunday mornings, and that's absolutely fine.
Absolutely.
So, on the Lord's Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What can I
I
say?
love that though.
Yeah.
I love that.
We love that. We love that. Right, let's
I've
see
got
where
like 20 pages till 150. Well, actually, no, not even that. 13. So we'll see.
that's fair. That's fair. Cool. Okay. So let us know what you got up to in the end. I hope your breakfast was tasty. Good morning, Amanda. And good morning, Priscilla. Lizzie finished the Silmarillion, which is really funny to me because Lizzie told me like 4 days ago that she had finished the Silmarillion, but she still had something like 26 minutes of the afterword to go. And I was like, but the story's done. Like, the story's she's like, yeah, but I haven't finished it.
No,
So
but I
I'm
haven't
like,
like, finished.
I haven't finished it. So gonna jump in the shower in the next sprint. That's gonna be awkward because the dishwasher and the washing machine is on. So enjoy that low pressure. Actually, to be fair, Lizzie's got a lot less hair than me, so it doesn't matter too much. Like if I try and wash my hair when the washing machine's on,
Yeah, it's
it's not happening. It's not happening. Not happening. Finish your breakfast.
Also, Lizzie, I miss you, by the way.
She'll be jumping on later. She'll be jumping on, bringing all that energy.
Fabulous.
I don't want to read too much. Also, Celine, I have a stack. Yeah.
I gotta be prepared. I gotta be prepared. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah. I mean, how many books have you read now for Gothtober, Celine? You've read loads.
That is a good question. I read 3 books on the first Sunday, 2.5 on the second one. Was it 2 last Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
I think like we're at 7 then.
I've got it on 8, but I've rounded up.
I've not been keeping track if I've even kept up with. So we can do that.
I mean, to be fair, we don't track books in Gothtober because we know as hosts how hard it is to read when you have to. So it's like, oh, I've made this whole TBR for myself. I don't want to read any of that. So I've only read 4 books that were actually.
Well, I was just going to hope for the best and see if the books that I have read this month have fit with the prompts that I got.
Oh, yeah, like for sure, 100%. That's the way to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Get your prompts, then just read whatever you want and then match it like a bingo card. Yeah.
I might even do that now on message.
I might even do that now. I'm going to stay on the whole day. I'm so pleased for you. Let us know what you're reading, Amena.
We tried to read yesterday with Imena, and well, she did. I didn't. Absolutely not. I haven't read anything this week, by the way, at all. What is reading? I don't even know.
Say that again.
I haven't been reading anything this past week. Nothing.
No, I don't read anything during the week anymore. I used to read quite a bit, and now like work has been so busy that I haven't read anything during the week. And I was doing weekly vlogs because I was reading a lot, and now my weekly vlogs are kind of like I'll try and get some B-roll during the week, and then I'll panic on Friday that I haven't read anything and just cram a couple of books into my weekend and then just mash it together. So yeah, it doesn't help that I was doing a Dark Academia vlog and I finished one of the books. One of the other books is now no longer available on Scribd, and the third book I'm annotating, so it's taken me like 100 years.
So the last one, I'm guessing it's Babel.
Mm-hmm.
What is the first one? I'm so curious.
So it was Tea Apollo Blue is the one that I finished. Loved that, gave that 4 stars. And then the second one was The Secret History, but because it was on Scribd, but it's not on Scribd anymore. And I don't want to pay for it if I'm not going to like it, because I know that there's some like really problematic anti-Semitic stuff in it. So I'm like, I'd rather read it and know that I'm actually going to like it before I spend money on that. Because I know part of it is because of like how old it is and stuff. But it was for 2 things. One, it was for a Gothtober prompt, and also in Racing Stacks, I got a mystery that was written the year I was born, which was 1992. So I'm exactly the same age as The Secret History.
That's cute.
Yeah.
We're not going to say anything or kind of like the same age stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see. I believe Lizzie's also very excited to see you, Molly. I started Fire Becomes Her, 50 pages in. Let's see how far I get. You can do this. Goth morning to everyone. Good morning, Pixie.
That's so cute.
It's fine. the great thing about sprinting all goddamn day is that you can't be late. It's not possible. We're still going to be here. So it's not a problem. I mean, to be fair, we've had so much stuff going on.
Like, is she telling the truth though? Because it's sleazy. She's gonna say, "I'm reading slowly. I'm not reading a lot." She'd be reading 50 books a month and still say that. And I'm like, "Are you joking?"
I think she had a really, really good reading month in September. So in comparison, it's not as good a reading month in October. But for any non-booktuber, it would be an amazing reading month. Like, and I was talking to Olivia about this yesterday because she was talking to like someone that she works with but isn't in publishing, and they said that they finished like 10 books last year and they were like really proud of themselves, and she was like, that's a bit low, isn't it? It's just, and because like that's the thing, it's like it isn't at all, but it's just the fact that when you spend so much time on booktube you start thinking that it is. Yeah, so no, like it hasn't been pitiful, but her main thing is that she's meant to be reading Ordinary Monsters by this Sunday, and she hasn't done that yet. So I think that's what's, and also Silmarillion was like 100 years long. So
yeah, exactly, like 100 years for sure. And Ordinary Monster is really big as well. It's like 800, I think, pages, something. 7. It's big.
Yeah,
You're
really,
doing
really
great.
big. Yeah. I haven't been doing Gothtober, but vibing with the sprints. That is what Gothtober is. Gothtober is just an excuse for me to get coffee with the
vibe.
Yeah.
Vibe.
Yeah. And you have to do the arm as well. It's not a readathon, it's a vibe. It's a lifestyle. It's a way of life.
Yeah, it's a lifestyle.
I have an entire shelf and cart that I've well, to be fair, this here.
Me too. Me too. I have this shelf is for like fall October, Gothtober, and I have a whole cart as well of books and nothing.
Again, to be fair, all of these shelves are my Gothtober shelves because it's a lifestyle.
Yeah. If I have learned anything in my life, it's I can't set a TBR. I can't do it. Because if I feel like I have to read something, I won't do it.
Yeah, that is
I just find it very much a mood.
Yeah. For me, it just helps me narrow down what I'm going to try and read, as opposed to like because I get really overwhelmed by just how many books I have. If I'm like, I have to stand here and go, what do I want to pick up next? I really struggle with that. So if I can narrow it down, but I still mood read my way through it.
What you said for me with my TBR cart is a great idea because I can just go there. I don't need to look at the 200 odd TBR books I've got on my entire fucking shelves. I can just go there and be like, right, this is a lot more manageable.
Yeah, this isn't quite so scary. No, for sure. My Spoopathon hasn't been going great though. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But you've got loads of
correct. Go further down. My Spoopathon is going great.
There we go. Okay. It's because it keeps like jumping. Okay, cool. We'll get to that in a second. I'm laughing too much, Celine. Like, don't read much. Me still reading a book I started in Feb.
Okay, that is true. She has like she's still reading what's it called? The sequel to the Hat Makers, the Map Makers.
Oh, Map Makers.
That she started in February.
Is that because she's just not enjoying it? Are you just not enjoying it?
No, she's not reading at all. She's just
not reading.
No.
Well, my friend Hannah, not this Hannah, but like my friend Hannah has spent 5 months reading A Girl in Pieces by Kathleen Glasgow, and she's only just finished it, and she was like, yes.
I mean, that's a win. That is a win.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not the only book. How is it going with the Night Circus as well? That she studied probably in January. I don't know. Maybe she'll finish it next.
Wow.
Who knows?
Wow.
I'm calling her out.
We were going to read last night, weren't we, Hannah, before watch along, and instead we just sat on our phones. Like, we literally, so we've had our log burner cleaned out. So we were going to do the log burner. We had our blankets. We got all cozy. We got like reading sprints up, so we could just because we had like an hour and a half to kill between like settling down for dinner and then having the live show, like watching Ready or Not. And then we both just sat there in that space, just on our phones in silence. And it was about 10 minutes before the live show started, or like the film was going to start, that I was like, that really went really well. Like both of us just looked at each other and went, good work, but literally neither of us did it.
Technology will be the death of us.
Yeah.
That's just a fact.
Yeah, it's just a fact. Yeah, only 6 books this month, but they're all massive.
You know what? You still have a solid week. So you can do it.
And like, not to brag, Lizzie, I'm having a great reading month. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has. I do feel like there are some like booktube friends that I have where when they're having a really good reading month, I have a really bad reading month. So sometimes when they post being like, oh, I've only read like 2 books this month, I'm just like, that's it. It's a win for me. Like, I've got it. Like, I know I'm going to read really well this month, which is really mean and really competitive of me. So it's why I don't tell them to their face. But there are a couple that I'm like,
I just think it.
I think it really loudly and then on a public forum, you know. It is a lifestyle. Same. I always get excited to make a TBR, and then when I need to read, I'm just like, well, let's choose anything else. I'd rather read anything else. The other issue is I'm trying to clear my TBR vets to move new books onto my shelves.
Yeah.
And then I buy new books and I want to read those ones.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what I've started doing is I've made a list of the books on my TBR that are new, and then I try and match them with TBR vets that I know I can finish quickly. So I can be like, right, I can only read this once I finish that, because then I can move that onto my shelf kind of thing. So it helps. But it does mean my TBR takes twice as long. I have a friend that reads like 100 classics a year. Whenever I read classics, it takes me 4 months. It should take you 4 months. They're old. And there's loads in them, and they're trying really hard. So 100 classics a year is a lot.
I like went for a phase where I was like, yeah, I want to start reading classics, and I bought like quite a few, and then I went, no, bye.
Yeah,
same. I'm the same.
All right.
Yeah.
I saw the best TikTok, because there's someone on TikTok who has said that anytime they see someone from Book Talk talking about books, they like in their head they just hear, you don't read classics. And that's not a question, it's a fact. And everyone's getting like really arsy about it, because what elitism on Book Talk of all places. But my favorite response to it, excuse me, is why would I read Emma when I could watch Clueless? Why would I read Shakespeare when I can watch She's the Man? Why would I? And I'm like, it's so true. So many of those stories are still incredibly relevant, but we don't need them in that classic format. You don't have to. And also the thing that I think is really, really important to remember is not everyone enjoyed school. And if the first time you're introduced to a classic is through a traumatic English lesson, why the fuck would you pick it up again later? Like, what would make you go out of your way? I was incredibly lucky that I loved my English teachers and they loved me. So like, it was like really fun to learn about those books, which is probably why I still enjoy reading classics. I have 2 on my TBR for November. I have The Mysteries of Udolpho and I have The Picture of Dorian Gray, both classic Gothic books, and I'm really excited to get to both of them. Would I recommend either of those books to the general public? No, because it's just no. Just
I mean, it's really tricky to recommend classics to people, and I mean, no one has to read anything to begin with. Why would you come at someone for that?
No.
Some of the people that I follow on TikTok have been like responding to that like classic discourse by like, it's someone's sound going, what would you consider classic literature? And they're all posting like really spicy reads, and I'm loving that.
The thing is, the only thing that makes those classics is the fact that they have like stood up to the test of time, right? Because they're old. But when they were published, they were commercial fiction.
Yeah.
They were just popular. That's how they survived. You know, you've got Christopher Marlowe and Shakespeare came out at the same time, and both of them were really prevalent, popular playwrights. Were there other playwrights at the time? Of course there were. Of course there were. And they would have shared work and plagiarized off each other, this, that, and the other. There would have been loads. But the difference is Shakespeare made it because we keep studying him. We keep perpetuating the idea that he's the ultimate playwright. There would have been other playwrights at the time. And that's all the classics are. In the same way that in 100 years' time, chances are a certain magical boy at school will probably be considered a classic because it's so prevalent. Were there other magic school books? Of course there fucking were. But it will be one that is remembered above those. That's all that makes it a classic. It doesn't make it good.
No, for sure.
I get so angry. I get so angry about elitism on any kind of platform.
Yeah, Lizzie's just summed it up really well. Hannah's teacher mode got turned on. Lol.
Yeah. No. It's not even teacher mode at this point. It's full on, let me get my soapbox out and lecture, honestly. I don't think 6 books counts as a slump. But
no,
I don't either.
definitely not. Definitely not easy.
If anything, it just counts as you're busy.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Lizzie's got some really cool news that she's not allowed to share on the internet yet. So I'm going to drop that to you as a text. But
yes,
it's very cool news.
I want to know.
Sorry, Celine, what was that?
I want to know. What's the news? Lizzie, tell me.
I'll drop you a text in a sec and let you know. Because it's technically Lizzie's news anyway. She should tell you. But also, I'm really excited for her.
We're like, I'm going to tell you anyway.
Yeah, it's not my news, but I'll share it, you know? I'm picking up new books all the time. Currently in the middle of 10 books. That's a mood. Let's just ignore that. I am trying to have 0 currently reading for November as well. Yeah, I'm already back up to like 7 currently reading.
How is it going, Hannah, for the 0 books November?
I'm genuinely concerned because I started October with 0 books. Like I wasn't reading anything. I finished the Apollo Blue almost immediately.
What are the 7 books you're currently reading?
Babel, Assassin's Apprentice, which I'm not loving, The Lost Ones, which I am loving, The X Hex, and Go Hex Yourself, which is it's only 5. But I did think
so. That's 5.
Yeah, no, it's because I finished. It's because I finished 2 that I was reading the other day. What was I reading the other day? Oh, I finished The Thursday Murder Club that I was currently reading, and I finished The Wedding Crasher, which I was also currently reading.
I don't know how you're going to read one book after the other in November.
So the books that I've chosen are books that I think will either be really quick or books that will require a lot of brain capacity. So I unfortunately landed on nonfiction for TBR Racing Stacks. And not only that, nonfiction haiku. So that's 3 nonfiction books on my TBR already. So the nonfiction books that I've picked, there's one about racism, one about Shakespeare, and one that is a memoir that's come out that everyone's adoring. And they will take up brain capacity. So
there's see if there's audiobooks for them.
Yeah, I probably will. There are a couple on there that I've got as audiobooks as well.
I mean, that's the thing. If you do audiobooks, it counts as well. So I feel like it's going to be fine. You can absolutely do it.
Yeah, it didn't include The Lion King, and it should have. But I think that's just because he ran out of time more than anything else. The oldest book I read is from 1950, I think. That's fair.
It's completely fair, yeah.
When I was 15, we had to read The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime for English. I almost yelled at my teacher for example. Yeah, massively. But it's really interesting because when I was training to be a teacher, they insisted that we read this book because of its representation of autistic kids. And then they paid for all of the support staff, so anyone who's like a teaching assistant, SEN or EAL staff, to go and see the play because of its great representation. And actually it's not at all, but I just think that's it is really harmful and it's perpetuated in teaching. The next year we read a book called Being There, and it was worse. My English teacher at the time said sorry. Yeah, that's fair. Yep, I have sent you a text, Celine. And my phone is going to pop off because now everything's going to be going off. So I think I'm going to throw us into another sprint. If that's cool with you guys. Wrong app. There we go. Okay, right. Enjoy your reading, and I'll see you in 45 minutes.
See you soon.
Welcome back.
Hi. Abby, hi.
Hi.
How are you, Abby?
I'm good, thank you. I actually went to bed at a slightly more reasonable time last night, which is why I'm awake for once in the morning.
Proud of you.
This is when I get up.
Speaking of which, finally awake and sensing enough to join us.
Hi.
Woo.
I am. And repping the Gothtober merch again. We love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
It's comfy.
It looks comfy.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy with the quality of them. The only thing that I would say is even remotely disappointing about them is that because I've gone with an independent company that will bend over backwards for you and do whatever it is you need, they also run really slowly. And they're just taking their good, sweet time with anything. So I've ordered like a whole bunch from people that ordered back in like September when it like the announcement came out. They have not arrived yet. So I'm just like, we need to speed it up. But I managed the whole 15 pages. I hope you're really proud of me.
We're very proud of you. Congratulations.
It's sarcasm because I need to read at least 35 to get it done by like 9 o'clock.
I did distract you though. It is entirely my fault this time. You made me a coffee at the beginning. I showered, then I came down to get my coffee, and then I spoke to you for about 5 minutes. I feel like you did a lot this sprint that wasn't reading, and that's my fault.
Yeah, a lot of it was just texting though, to be fair. So it's not entirely your fault. I promise.
Yeah, I keep saying everyone is charging over there, and I keep seeing like the light going on and off. So I'm like, something is happening on the group chat.
Mm-hmm.
I also hate how bright it is in my room. I've had to turn my main light on because it's so dark, and I actively hate everything about it.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, I've managed to turn the light off.
It's good. It's great.
Yeah. I don't know what the camera's doing. I don't know how the camera is doing it, but it's really dark in here. Like the webcam is like, yeah, no, the lighting's great. I'm like, what?
I mean, it make like your skin looks flawless. I don't know. Have you got makeup on, or is it just the light? You look incredible.
I do have makeup on because we're going to a pub later for session 0.
I love that. I love the idea of going to a pub. I wish I had a pub somewhere near me to go to.
I live in York. There still is. There's more pubs than days of the year in York. So there's like around 370. But before they banned smoking in pubs in the UK, I think there were about 500 pubs in York.
Jesus,
Yeah,
that's and we always just go to the same ones.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many. We went to one called Valhalla for the first time ever on my birthday. Like, Chris's whole thing is loving Vikings, and we've never been to the Valhalla pub. It's a good pub if you go to York.
I love that for you.
So we're going to Brew York, an independent little brewery. So should be
Brew York. This is my favorite thing about any kind of like independent brewery or like independent like IPAs and like things like that, is they come up with the best names for their beers and stuff. Like they're just puns.
Also the designs on the glasses are so good. Like they had to start selling them and request that people stop nicking them.
Yeah, I feel like that's like most pubs don't care because they get given glasses by Shepherd anyway.
Like these are the Brew York glasses. Like we have some pre the sign going up, may I say.
Yeah, because that makes stealing legal. There wasn't a sign. Sorry, no one notified me.
I didn't do it. He did. I did nothing. I just
now we've got your testimony. Well, let's call the police.
But yeah, they're ridiculously pretty, and anytime they like design anything for the other company, I'll take some photos later, like when I go downstairs / when I'm at the pub. I'll send them to the group chat.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So I saw people reading. I'm assuming reading happened. How did we get on?
I have reached page 40, meaning that I've read 31 pages.
That's not bad. That is not bad.
I'm enjoying it so far. Also, did not know until I started it, the beginning of this, not all of it, only like this bit, is set in Newcastle.
And my connection is gone.
It hasn't, Celine. You're still there.
Well, it hasn't, Celine. We can still hear you. But yeah, the book is set in Newcastle.
Ah, okay. That's cool.
Newcastle, ever. I have one book set in Newcastle.
What's the other book that's set in Newcastle?
The Killer on the... Well, it's not even in Newcastle. What did you say?
I didn't say anything. Lizzie laughed. I'm assuming because of Celine.
I'm laughing because Celine was struggling, and I don't know what Celine exactly said, but it came out as a noise, and I was like, what?
I didn't even hear that. I didn't even get that.
I was trying to calculate how many pages I read because my brain just today it's not happening, and then my connection went off, and I was like, great. I don't have I couldn't see you or hear you at all. So
well, we could see and hear you.
Your connection.
I'm very sorry. I'll just shut up. My connections.
We all heard you go, oh, and my connection's gone, and we're like, no, it's not.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you, see you. Like everything was frozen. It was like,
it's fine. It was just me. It doesn't matter.
That's fair. How'd you get on, Molly?
I read 42 pages.
Nice.
I'm on page 185, so I've decided to just carry on.
Okay. Is it worth it, or is it just because you're like, I'm here now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So I had said to you guys earlier that this kind of reads like 50 Shades of Grey, that like the opening of it is almost beat for beat the same. He has just done like a little scrying spell, and like he's caught her like in bed, and she's panicking because she's like locked the door and she keeps checking it, but he's like, is she touching herself? And I was like, my guy, really? we're on chapter 4. So I think it is going to get a lot spicier, and I'm like, do I leave my camera on and just watch as you kind of like you watch me go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to.
Have you met me? Yeah.
I'm gonna blush the whole way through this. I'm really excited about it. It is picking up, but like I was like, I don't know if I like this, and I said to Lizzie, I was like, it reads like a fanfic, and Lizzie's like, oh, so it won't be very good. And I was like, I don't know, fanfic spice hits different, so it might be better. It might be better. We shall see. Hello, Ali. I'm sorry you're awake so goddamn early.
Yeah.
I hope it's okay. Good morning, finishing Babel. I hope you're enjoying it. I unloaded a note of the dishwasher, got extremely distracted, bit my cheek, and struggling to find a readathon or TBR on November. That's fair. I'm not doing any readathons in November. I'm trying to wind down for the end of the year, but I feel like there used to be loads in November, and now most of them are in October instead, and I don't know why.
There's a great readathon that Celine does over like a couple of months. Psst. So I can totally wrap the book wanderers.
That is true. For a second, I was like, what are you talking about? I'm not doing anything.
So did I was like, what are you talking about? Like, but I was like, yeah, no, surely your next one comes out in November, doesn't it?
December. And
December.
Thanks for reminding me that, because I need to probably check it again.
Mm-hmm.
But the ones that are like until the end of November, like they're all very chill, like fall style. So if you want something that's kind of relaxed, like definitely check that out, because you probably read for most of them already in October. So just check them out and carry it on over in November.
I might do that in the next sprint. I might just look at the bingo board and see what books I've read in October and September already, just that would hit those prompts. So for context, if you didn't know, Book Wanderers is a 3-month readathon that Celine does. So she'll do a different theme every 3 months. So rather than trying to cram reads in 1 month, you get to kind of take your time with them a bit more. But there's a Discord, there's a Goodreads page, and everything else. So.
And I have a bingo that reminds me as well. I have a bingo for Halloween for like starting tomorrow. Completely forgot about that. So thank you.
Well, that was your reminder, Celine. I'm useful sometimes.
I'm the worst host ever. So yeah.
I really enjoyed the creepy way you introduced it by going.
Yeah.
I love that.
Well done, Emena. That's loads. Well done, Priscilla. We're all on the B reel. Love that. I've never been on a B reel. I'm not on B reel, but I've seen loads of people have got in loads of trouble from taking a photo whilst they're at work, and it's then like shared dangerous content. I just don't want people to know that I spend so much of my time in my pajamas. I just don't. You don't need to know that.
Like, surely, like, oh yeah, take a picture of exactly what you're doing. Yes, but don't share like private data. You idiots.
I think the thing is, it takes photos from both cameras at the same time. So it's the idea that you're like, oh, I'm here, but it's like the realness is that it could be like it'll be behind you as well. So I think sometimes people will take a selfie, not realizing that what's behind them is their work stuff. Yeah.
You can retake the photo though. So the thing is, if they're posting it, they're actively posting it because you see it before you post it.
Excellent.
And you can choose to retake it. Done it countless times.
Brilliant.
They're just stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. 19 pages of Paradise Lost, if you include footnotes, which we do. 12 pages of extra text on book 5 of 12 now. To be fair, Paradise Lost is chunky. I'm genuinely very impressed. I'm always impressed when you say that you're reading Paradise Lost. There are so many ways to read like fanfics. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Fanfic can either hit really well or really badly. I don't mind that this book, for a start, in comparison to the other witchy romance I'm reading, is moving into the actual story a lot quicker. Like that kind of started on chapter 1 with her getting the job, whereas this one, the hex stuff, didn't really kick off until page 80. Like everything before that was preamble. So I do appreciate the very different writing style. But I don't know. I was really excited to read witchy romances, and I don't really care about either of them at the moment. So we'll see.
Do you have what's it called? Something, the very secret society of witches, something like that?
No.
Do you know which book I'm talking about?
It looks very cute. It's like it's got like a cottage on the front with like a little car.
Is that the one that Fairy Loot did a swanky edition of?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard about it. I haven't read it yet.
Okay, I have ordered it, I think.
That does not surprise me. There's a special edition of it, of course, we have.
Yeah, so I hope it's going to be good. I have high hopes for this one.
I've heard good things. I have heard from people that have had it, like read it on NetGalley and stuff. They seem to really like it.
Yeah, I hope. I don't do romance in general, so yeah, we'll see.
Good morning. A bit late and choosing a book to attempt to start and finish. That's fair. Let us know what you go with.
I gotta say, I love that Deanna comes in with the same energy of I'm gonna start and finish a book. It's like, no, you don't have to, but like I really appreciate that you're here for that starting and finishing a book, Deanna. I love it so much.
The 2 readers I know of in November are for finishing books and setting your own goals, and I need more guidance than that in November. That's fair. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about readathons where the prompts are basically choose your own prompts, like as opposed to having like a list of prompts to choose from. I like bingo boards because I can mood read my way around the bingo boards. And I like when the prompts are given to me explicitly. But I don't know how I feel about when someone's like, you know, when it's like, okay, well, they need to be on this theme, but you've got to come up with them yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't know how I feel about that. Maybe because I'm just like, I'm too indecisive. Please don't make me make more choices, please. Just tell me what to do. Look into Celine's one. Actually, that's a really good shout. Whilst I'm here, because I can, I'm going to see if I can find the Goodreads. Where is it? Talk amongst yourselves, as you were.
Well, I will be reading because I've jumped on, so I'll just tell people I'll be reading. So I've been talking about reading this book for I've had it for probably over a year. And every time I talk about these sprints, I say I'm going to read it. So I'm actually going to do it. I'm going to read The Hollow Places by T. Kingfisher. I've read, I can't remember what it's called. The Lost, maybe it's not Lost Ones because Hannah was talking about that, but it's something along those lines by T. Kingfisher. And I loved it. It was really creepy. So I'm really excited to read Hollow Places. And I'm also, if I finish that, which I'm hoping I'll do really quickly, I'm going to crack on with Ordinary Monsters because I'm still only 84 pages in and I have to finish it by the end of the week, next week, not today, by the end of the week. So hopefully, perhaps, you know, if I challenge myself, I might be able to get a fair chunk of this done as well.
I'm pretty sure that if you concentrate on this one, you can do it. I've seen you read in a shorter amount of time.
I'll be reading this.
You will finish The Hollow Places, and then just to spite me, you will finish Ordinary Monsters as well.
Exactly.
Just because of the sheer size of it, just because it will really upset me, you know.
I love that you all have such faith in me, but like we've also seen in this that it's taken me all day to read like a 300-page book because I'm on my phone.
Lizzie, it's not faith because that implies that there's no evidence. We have literally seen you pick up the book first thing and finish it in the evening.
I feel like you've read it by Stephen King in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My fucking point.
But that was on audiobook as well, though. That was like
I'm still like 100
Right,
pages.
fine. I'm a quick reader, but I just appreciate that you have faith in me because I will get distracted.
Stop calling it faith. Anyway, hours. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
I don't. I would like something more open and ended for a readathon at the end because I want to finish up as many series as possible. That's fair. That's fair. I do like it anytime a readathon has next in a series as a prompt. Top tier prompt every time. And I've dropped the link.
Thank you very much.
And that's straight the invite, so it should just add you. Bless you. Straight to the page. Although for some reason it just separated that comment, which is really weird. I almost certainly won't start and finish any book, Lizzie. I'm slower than Hannah, but I really want to. I think you will. So long as my brother doesn't distract you or force you to go and socialise, you'll be fine. Because the last couple of Sundays, he's been like, let's go out. No. Let's stay home and not socialise and read.
Yeah, exactly.
My hot take on Paradise Lost at the moment is that I'm not sure either God or Satan is convincing as an antagonist. Satan is, of course, intended to be the villain, but like God is kind of shitty, to be honest. Yeah.
What's this book about?
Paradise Lost is one of the original like epic poems about the fall of Lucifer.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Let me add it to my want to read.
Oh, you'll love it. You'll love it because it is like that highbrow classic long poem, like 1,000 pages long poem. I've got an illustrated copy back at my parents' house that I keep meaning to bring here because I keep meaning to read it, but it's like the original angels versus demons story. It's old. It's very, very old, but it's a good time. And I really enjoyed every time Pixies dropped like a little fun fact from Paradise Lost, because it's one of those ones where like I'm not going to encourage people to read it, but if you do read it, you will notice just how often the mythology we understand as like religious imagery is actually from this.
Mm-hmm.
You can see what prompts I've ticked off so far. Yeah, I'm gonna go. The next sprint before I read, because of course why not distract myself more. I'm gonna go and have a look at that Book Wanderers bingo board and see how many books I've ticked off already. I know that I've read a few from that TBR. I know I have, but
quick question: when are we having a little like meet up?
Oh, what for bevies next Sunday?
Mm-hmm. Gonna have to readjust my tabs. I had a migraine last night, so I read a total of 30 pages.
I haven't read mine yet.
I haven't read mine either. I'm going to read it this week. I have no other options.
Yeah. So we're hoping to bring bevies back in the new year, but we want to come up with prompts that we're actually going to like. So we've been meeting up and talking about books that are kind of like just our general favorites, and then picking books for each other to help create prompts that are going to work for all of us. Because as Molly knows, because we've been in a book club together before as well, the hardest part about a book club is finding something that everyone is going to like and have an opinion on. And it's fine if you all pick a same book and you have differing opinions because it makes a good conversation. But certainly with Hullabaloo, our reading tastes were so different that it meant that we weren't reading books picked by other people as often as we wanted to read the ones that we were picking for ourselves. And it became really disheartening when it's like, oh, I haven't said like I felt so bad that there were 3 books. I think Emma picked 2 and Ali picked 1, where I was like, I just didn't care. Like whilst reading this, I just didn't care. Whereas at least with bevies, it's a prompt, not a specific book. So finding a prompt that we all like is a lot easier. And then if I'm like, well, actually, the last 3 books that I've read that Celine recommended, I found really boring. Like, it doesn't matter. But I'm not offending Celine by not reading those books moving forwards. Whereas when we were all trying to read the same book, it was so hard to actually make sure we all liked it. And I just, which is why with the Lunar Book Club pick that I do for my book club, that is part Waypoint, part Discord, is you can opt in and out. So you can see what the prompts are going to be. And if you're like, no, Hannah, straight romance is not for me, then you don't have to join this month. Whereas if you're like, actually, I love a sci-fi, I haven't done any of the other Lunar Book Club picks, but it doesn't matter, I'm going to do this one, you can. I prefer that flexibility. Again, it's a mood reader thing. Like, if people try and force me to read something, it's not going to happen.
It's showing by the fact that we have 1 week left. And I don't know if any of us have finished the book that we were asked to read.
Well, I haven't picked mine up because I know it's quite short. I know I will be able to do it in the time. And even if I because like next Saturday, we're going to be reading quite a lot. I know I will get to it. My main fear was if I read it first and then read loads of other stuff, that I would then start conflating stuff. Because I'm not too bad when it comes to like wrapping up. But my other fear is that I didn't want to leave it early because I would forget what I can say and what spoilers is the other thing as well. So, yeah. I believe your cat is either scratching at your door or on the stairs, Lizzie, just so you know. Yeah. He's like literally right outside your door. Where is it? Yeah, ticked off so far. It's 300 pages in my edition, that's fair. It's all about Satan's devious plan to corrupt humanity since he couldn't dethrone God by brute force.
I mean, I like this plan. I like this plot.
Oh, he's just run away again. Oh, he wants to go outside. I'll chuck him out a bit in a sec. So manipulating Eve to eat the apple and all that fun stuff. There is spice in it. But Adam and Eve are married, so it's wholesome according to Milton. He made sure the morality was clear. Cute.
I think that after this next sprint, I will most likely be leaving. Possibly during the sprint, I'm not sure.
How dare you leave us?
I have been roped in to starting a D&D campaign.
You said that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I cannot be asked.
Okay. All right. Let's see how it is. I bloody love D&D. All for it.
Yeah, the concept is fascinating, but don't make me think of things. No. I don't want to.
There is a lot of maths. To be fair, there is a lot of maths involved.
Well, then Chris better buckle up because he's going to be doing his maths and mine.
He better
I don't do no maths. So yeah, that's why we're going to the pub. Is session 0 for this D&D sitch. And so we're going to be at the pub for around 1.
Okay.
So considering the sprints tend to be 45 minutes and it's like 5 to 12.
Yeah, D&D, usually it's like 2 or 3 hours. So.
Yeah, minimum. I mean, we play quite short sessions anyway. Yeah. You've been quite lucky with me, Selena, that we've played quite short sessions because usually D&D takes like hours. Did you say you wanted to try, Molly? Is that what you said? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done it once before when I was at uni in 3rd year. I only did like 3 sessions because 3rd year dissertation. And it was fun. I just be asked to come up with my character. This is the one thing that's stopping me. Chris is like, why are you saying you can't be asked? It's going to be one night a month. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to make a character.
That's my favourite bit. It's my favourite bit. I'm so excited to play my new character because it's the most like an anguished dwarvish barbarian. Like that is my entire personality, and I get to play it.
I've been waiting since July to play the new character. I can't wait. It's going to be so much fun.
Also, it's all of Chris's friends, which adds like another because do I go full weird?
Yeah.
Freak them out.
I'm sorry, I didn't realise that there was a scale on how weird we get. I only know how to do full weird.
No scaling. No.
Oh no, the mask is on most of the time. Just not online, ironically, when the entire world can see me. Yeah. But in person.
No. I did say to Lizzie, and I can't remember, I think I was just having a low day where I was like, oh, I'm really worried that people are going to get to know me and not like me because I don't know if I'm different on the internet. And Lizzie was like, you're not.
Yeah.
You're this annoying everywhere.
Like, having lived with Hannah now, I can 100% with certainty say, nah, she's just as much of a freak in real life too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. They finished 3 books for your Ruth on Already Celine.
Great. I think I finished probably 6 books, I think. I need to go check. I haven't updated anything in a long time, so.
No, that's fair. I'm gonna check in the next sprint. Right, in which case, I guess I'll say goodbye to you now, Abby, and throw us into a sprint and see when you disappear.
Bye, Abby. Have fun.
Let us know, guys. I'm very curious to see if you're going to
enjoy D&D.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. If you don't, like, that's fair. It's not for everyone, but lean into the weird. If there is ever a place for weird, it is during a D&D campaign.
For sure.
I don't do well with being weird in front of his friends.
Have a couple of drinks, you'll be fine.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like have a glass of wine or like a bottle. It's going to be fine.
Session 0 is all about like finding where you're comfortable, and if there's something you don't like, you iron it out before you play the proper game, because there's no commitment for session 0, and that's how you need to do it. So, anywho, I will see you guys in 45 minutes.
See you soon.
Bye.
Welcome back. I managed 30 pages that time, so much better. And do you know when there's like quite clearly something going on and everyone knows, the reader knows, the characters know, but the main character fights like their life depends on it to pretend that thing isn't happening? That's what this is. The whole time, like, magic is just happening around this girl, and she is finding every excuse to make it not magic. And it's like, okay. It's like, and I feel like I'm fighting to find things I don't like about it, but she's starting to wind me up because it's just like, no, that's magic. Just accept that it's magic. Let's move on to the witchy bit now, please. Come on. How'd you guys go?
Pretty good. I've read a bit over 70 pages.
Nice.
I'm halfway through it, I think, something like that. So yeah, and it's still good. It's very spooky. I cannot wait for you to read that.
Yeah, I'm excited to pick it up as well. I'm very excited to pick it up as well.
That's really good.
What about you, Molly?
I did 35, not as much that time, but the next chapter was like too long to start.
Yeah.
No remaining time, and I can't stop in the middle.
No.
So.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I always do that, especially when I can see that there's only like 2 or 3 minutes of the sprint left. I'm like, no, I'm not starting a new chapter with so little time. Not doing it.
I've got like 150 pages left, so.
You're going to smash it. You're going to smash it. What about you, Lizzie?
I read 62 pages. It's suitably creepy.
Yeah.
I remembered what the other book I'd read by D. Kingfisher is, The Twisted Ones. So not lost at all. But this is a similar vibe to that. It's suitably weird. They've just found the thing, Hannah, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Is it supposed to be Dark Academia?
No, this is like horror. This is like horror and like psychological horror, I would say.
It's a supernatural horror.
Okay.
And also telling me there's no mushrooms. There's fucking mushrooms in this.
No, there's no mushroom on the cover, which is what you asked.
Okay, but there are mushrooms in it. Okay.
Yeah, no, there are mushrooms, and I said that to you. I said that it's like Mexican Gothic. There's no mushrooms on the cover. But it is in the story.
I'm like,
look at me with that energy. Absolutely not. Absolutely
it looks like a mushroom, though.
It does. They're like those little, like, what are they called?
I know, it's a little skull. Like, it's a skull for like a certain type of animal, and they've already said that. Like, I understand, but it's got like at the back. You know what it is? It's the back looks like a mushroom. Like the texture looks very mushroomy. So I'm like, but it is suitably creepy. Like, I don't really like taxidermy anyway, so the idea of all of this kind of gives me the ick anyway.
Yeah, that's fair.
Have either of you read The Hollow Places?
No.
So basically, it's set at like a museum of weird antiques, but it's like, you know, when you go to like a bad museum and it's like weird taxidermy and just like creepy stuff. Basically, the main character's husband divorces her and basically leaves her with nothing, and she goes through a depressive spiral and goes to stay with her favorite uncle who owns this museum, and he then has an accident and she's left in it by herself, and it just gets so fucking weird. But my favorite thing is that she becomes best friends with the gay guy who runs the coffee shop next door, and they just kind of go on this like really twisted adventure together. It's just a lot of fun. But
he is my favorite character, not gonna lie. Because there's been a bit where they found something and he's like, we can't call the cops because like they're looking for me because I did something in Florida 20 years ago. And then she's like, did he murder someone? He's like, no, I just dealt LSD.
Yeah, no, I'm just a casual drug dealer, it's okay.
But he is my favorite character so far, and I love that she's like, yeah, well, Simon's not really, haven't got rid of the parts for Simon, but like there has to be straight guys somewhere in this town, and I'm just like, oh, that's the mood.
That sounds actually really fun to read.
I think you'd both really like it. I feel like it would hit a lot of the tropes.
Let me check one more that I'm adding to my watch read list.
Yeah. So George is here. Good morning.
Hello.
Emma. You made it. And that's all that I care about. It's a good work. I also said good morning. It's not, it's the afternoon, but it feels like the morning still. I want to read a certain book for the Sweater Weather Readathon, but I'm not sure it has baking in it, and I'm not too big on reading books about baking, so I'm trying to find out. I'm failing. Well, let us know what it is, and we can yay or nay it. We won't give spoilers or anything, just whether it has baking included. We'll just do with that.
Yeah.
I'm
even struggling for this one.
I was going to paint during the next sprint, but book 5 ended in the middle of a scene, so now I feel like I want to continue and read the next one too. That's fair. You've got all day. 45 pages of Babel. Good for you. We have squills. Finally finished the map makers.
I'm so proud of you, Amanda.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
But you did it.
But
so now you can move on to something else. And then by next February, you might have finished that book too.
Yeah.
You can try to finish The Night Circus now, maybe.
Look, she's had one win. Let her pick up something else. It's okay.
I love that Celine's like, no, not fucking good enough. You're going to finish the other book that you started a year ago.
Let me call you out. Yeah.
Good enough. But I really want her to read The Night Circus. That's why.
Me too. It's a good
She'll love it. I'm sure she will.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Making food, I should. What time is it? I should.
You should eat. Celine.
I saw your face, and I don't need that energy from you coming out.
Oh, right. You don't get to call me on any kind of energy. You don't get to call me on any kind of energy with your attitude this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, Olivia and Tish said that Lizzie and I have sibling energy, and I don't know how to feel about that because it's so true.
Yeah, for sure. You already know that.
Picked up Gallant because it was too pretty, not too 20 pages in, and I'm loving the spookiness so far. I knew Deanna would like it so much more than I did, so I'm really glad. And I sent my Illumicrate copy as well, so she's got a really swanky copy to enjoy.
I hope you enjoy it, Deanna.
Wow. Seems to be. So we love that. I made it, but I might unmake it because sleep is sleep. Mm-hmm. I'm going to be here all day, Emma. So go have a nap, rest, and then come back later. Just leave it on so I get the watch hours, yeah? That's fair. For that prompt, I'm going to read a childhood favourite picture book about beavers that bake a cake. That's cute.
That's adorable. That is perfect.
That's super cute. Molly coming in with the support. We appreciate that, Molly. Being awake for 22 hours on 2 hours sleep cannot be fixed by 10 hours of sleep the next night, apparently. No. I feel like you've really gone too hard there. Why were you awake for 20 hours? What happened? Lizzie's your long lost sister, the sister I never needed.
You're being so nice.
I know. Well, it's really funny because I don't have any sisters. I don't have any girl cousins. It has always just been me, and then boys, just boys.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to treat a sister.
But like you do have big sister energy, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, I am a big sister, so that tracks.
Yeah. The trauma response is just from like little things that just comes up when I do something, and then Hannah reacts exactly like an older sibling, and I'm like, oh shit, this is how I die today.
Literally, Lizzie finds it really funny every now and then, like when I'm clearly like not in the mood to be poked, just to poke me, and then when I react, she has backed away. So we've got like double doors here. She has run away and then closed those doors behind her to avoid me coming for her before. Equally, I'm just as annoying because anytime she walks up these stairs, I will just shove my hand through the stairs and go for her ankles every time.
Yeah.
Love that. Oh, rat show. Did you win anything? Did you win anything? Well, technically it would be your rats, but did you win anything? I'll tell you one book on my TBR for November each sprint. I love that. Yeah. Each sprint. Tell me another book for your TBR. I like that. Went to sleep at 3 a.m. Woke up at 5 a.m. Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, go to sleep. You need the rest. But congratulations. Yeah. I think most people are probably going to lunch in the next sprint. I feel like I'm definitely going to lunch in the next sprint if I can.
I need to eat something for sure.
Are you going to lunch, Molly? Are you hungry yet? No. Are you just going to go straight into that next chapter?
as long as possible because I have to go to bed so early because I have work at 4 a.m. tomorrow.
4 a.m.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So I want to eat in a good amount of time that doesn't make me really hungry just before I go to bed. So
that's fair.
I'll probably not eat for another hour or two.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, I hate that you have to get up so early. Is it easier now? Because I know when you first started, that was really hard. Is it easier now that it's routine, or is it more?
It's easier now to get up. It's not easier to go to sleep so early, especially when I've been off. So like, getting up tomorrow won't. Well, it probably will be a bother because I'm gonna have to get up at like 1:32 in the morning. But it's more so on my days off that I can't lie in. Like my lie-in at latest these days is like 6 a.m. So
I hate that for you.
Me too.
We all hate that for you.
And my shifts are like so different. So this week I start at 4 tomorrow, 5:30 Tuesday. I start at 7 on Wednesday. I'm doing overtime on Wednesday, so I'm doing Thursday, so I'm doing 9 till 5. I'm off on Friday, and then I'm in at 4 a.m. on Saturday.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Who is organising this rota? Because I feel like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But no, that would stress me out. That would stress me out.
It is what it is.
Did not get paid, but paid to enter. But you got a trophy, so that's something. Breakfast. What are you going to have? What do you? I love talking about food. It fuels how hungry I am.
I always want to know what people are going to have, going to cook, or what. Like, I'm obsessed with that.
What are you going to have, Celine?
I have no idea. Like, really no idea.
It's going to be a fun surprise.
Exactly.
Well, I've convinced Lizzie to do pasta bake, so I'm very excited.
Ooh, yeah, that sounds good.
Get those carbs in. If you're lunching, I'm going to paint now and keep reading later. I started the piece last night and I want to keep up the momentum. That's cool. That's cool. I love, if you don't follow Pixie's TikTok, you should, because they share all of like their travels and art stuff on there. And I just really enjoy it. I really enjoy it.
I still don't have a TikTok.
That's a good thing. It's a trap. TikTok is a trap.
Right?
I spend so much time on it. It's unreal.
I love it when I say, I'm just going to catch up on all the messages Hannah sent me, and then it's 2 a.m. and I'm like, well, how did I get here?
Yeah. I'm already losing too much time on Instagram, so maybe TikTok isn't a good idea.
That's fair. Yeah.
I mean, I'm the worst one to talk to about TikTok. I love it.
I love every time your TikToks pop up on my For You page. It makes me so happy.
Thank you. My favourite comment was someone that commented on my video saying, every time you pop up on my For You page, you look like you're done with life. And I went, oh, thanks. Thank you so much. Bearing in mind, the video was from when I was really sick. Not like this past week, but the week before. I was like, well, obviously.
I love that. Anytime someone's like, oh my God, you look really unwell. Fuck you.
Oh my God, you look so tired. No shit, I've been up since 2 o'clock this morning. What do you want from me?
Genuinely. This sounds delicious. You don't get to keep the trophy.
Really?
It'll return next year. Outrageous.
Yeah, that's so sad.
Yeah, it is.
Also, I always find like it's fair enough if they're going to like a sports club. So like with the rugby, you get individual little medals to say that you participated if you won, but you also get like a big trophy or a plate or something that goes to the rugby club, and then that one gets rotated out every year. But you get to keep one for yourself, because I feel like doing anything else is just cheap. Give me a trophy, let me keep it forever.
Yeah, like it's so mean. Like you have to give it back. No, like I want it. I'm keeping it.
Although having said that, I was watching Graham Norton the other day, and like it was like a TikTok of all the clips of when people have won Oscars, and then he's asked them where they keep it. Apparently, Oscars there's like an 80% chance for the Oscar to live in someone's bathroom. Everyone keeps theirs in their bathroom.
It's so weird. Like of all places, why the bathroom? It's so weird.
Right? Right. Anyway. Oh, bacon, beans, and cheese. That sounds delicious.
That sounds amazing.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Incredible. I have pancake left.
Oh, pancakes.
I want pancakes. Can we do pancakes instead of pasta bake?
No.
You can do both.
Can we do pancakes for dinner instead?
No.
But you can have both.
I can't make pancakes. So if Hannah wants pancakes, she's got to make
What
her
are
own.
you talking about? You can't make pancakes. Pancake batter is the easiest thing on the planet to make.
I have a trauma response towards pancakes. Do we not remember Pancake Day?
What happened?
I'm getting real sick of you just banding about trauma response. Like, that's a good excuse not to have
What
pancakes.
happened on Pancake Day?
Potato waffles also sounds good. Mushroom Swiss omelette. Okay, now I'm getting real hungry.
I'm starving.
Is this sad? Are you okay?
Oh, I bet that.
Amazing.
Is that just Scotland then that has potato waffles at McDonald's? Because mine doesn't. Mine's only just got that McCrispy.
No, mine doesn't always, but they do sometimes.
Mine's never had potato waffles. That's really sad.
I have a resting sad face. So
yeah, Lizzie has resting sad face. I have resting bitch face. Like, I don't look sad. I look fucking raging. The sheer number of times Lizzie's come downstairs quietly and been like, "Are you okay?" And I was just concentrating, like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, what's up? What's going on? Yeah. Although, to be fair, Lizzie was carrying her coffee up the stairs earlier and she was moving really slowly because she didn't want to spill it everywhere. And I was like, "Are you okay?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I was like, it was sad face. It was like moving very slowly and sad face.
I just didn't want to lose my coffee to the carpet, you know? Because I don't have very steady hands. So I was like, please.
Completely fair.
I love this comment. We have a little dinosaur that changes colour because the fuse for the bathroom goes all the time. And once it went and it wouldn't turn back on. Like, we just didn't have any lights in the bathroom at all. So we had basically a glow-in-the-dark dinosaur lighting the way for us that we could pee in the dark.
Yeah.
Mine's not as exciting, but my nan's just bought me this really fancy torch that, like, I can use because obviously the energy bills in the UK at the moment are extortionate.
Mm-hmm.
But I was joking with my dad and my nan yesterday, and they didn't appreciate the joke. But there's basically like a light on the end that flashes red.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "What's that supposed to be for?" And my nan was like, "Oh, in case of an emergency." So I was like, "What? Do I just shine it out my window or something?" There's like red flashing light that's like, "I need help." And then she's like, "Don't be doing that because they'll be thinking like red light district kind of vibe."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Well, with the cost of living these days, now I might have to start offering up my services."
I love that.
Yeah, her and my dad, they found it funny, but they didn't appreciate it.
There's like they're laughing, but they're also trying to remember you as their little girl. They're like, "Oh," and you're like, "I'm an adult now. I can do what I want.
I live on my own red light."
You're like, "You know what? I don't need it for the money. I'm just bored. Red light on. Red light on." I love that. I remember hearing that about the Oscars, something about when people visit, they'll see it there, and often people will hold it in the mirror or something. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I vaguely remember that. So yeah. Maybe they can use the Oscar as a scepter for their throne. The puns there, the layers, genius. Pancakes for dinner is the best thing. It really, really is. It really, really is.
Yeah, Lizzie.
Yeah, Lizzie. I can't make pancakes. They're always burn. I went through such a Matilda phase because I was reading a lot anyway. And anytime my parents would leave the house, they would take my brothers with them because they didn't trust them in the house by themselves. So I had the whole house to myself every time I made pancakes. Every time. And my parents never said anything about it. They never came home and went, "Oh, I can smell burning."
Fun fact.
Love that. It's a new breakfast item. That's cool.
That'll be why I never get Mackie's breakfast as much as I love it.
Are we grumpy or sunshine? I feel like I'm just a mess. I'm a tornado. I'm just coming through ruining people's lives by being too much, you know? It's not necessarily one or the other.
Lizzie being grumpy or sunshine.
Say that again.
Like between you and Lizzie being grumpy or sunshine.
I feel like
in general.
I think we just flip between the two. I feel like because both of us are very, very similar. Lizzie has the capacity for sunshine. She has the capacity for sunshine. And when she's sunshiny, she's really, really sunshiny.
Lizzie looked like really.
The problem is like Lizzie's a night owl. So we get sunshine at like 10 o'clock at night. She comes in with all the energy at 10 o'clock at night. Like, you can't tell me that after going to the theatre the other day, you weren't bouncing off the fucking walls.
Yeah, but I am, to my core, a grumpy human being.
She's really not. It's all a facade. She's actually like super sweet and super like happy. She's
you couldn't be. No, yeah.
She's not grumpy at all. She's got a sour face and she's got a sad resting face, but she's not grumpy.
No, you're not grumpy.
The only thing that makes her grumpy is having to do with my bullshit. And I didn't realize I was a morning person until I moved in with Lizzie, because my dad is more of a morning person than I am. So I thought mornings would be quite a gentle time. Except Lizzie comes downstairs and I'll be like, morning, and I get such a glare from Lizzie being like, don't look at me. And it's so funny. So that's when she's grumpy, but she has the capacity to be sunshiny for sure.
I feel like I'm sunshine through and through.
Yeah.
Apart from when I am grumpy, I'm grumpy.
Yeah.
But it's a very rare occasion.
Yeah. No, I would agree. I would say you're sunshiny. I would say Celine's sunshiny too.
Really interesting.
Grumpy, sunshine.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that I'm grumpy, but I'm definitely not sunshine.
I think you are, but I think the difference is you reserve your sunshine for those that deserve it.
Oh, really?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't think that I'm sunshine, but okay, I'll go with that.
Well, I don't like see you pop up in like the group chat or on Discord and think, oh, fucking Celine's here again. I don't get that reaction. Like, you're always so excited to see me. You're always the first one to respond. Like, you come in with so much energy. You're always so positive.
Sunshine.
You're sunshiny.
I'll accept that I'm sunshine.
Good. So, yeah, you're sunshiny. Maybe just my bar for what makes a grumpy person is very low. Like, no, you have to be like Kylo Ren tantrum to be grumpy. Everyone else is sunshine.
Maybe.
Who knows? But I would say you're all pretty sunshiny people. Thin pancakes are easy to make. Yeah, it is, because they get lumpy if you try. Like, they can be a bit weird. Pancakes are a dinner food. I bake them almost every Saturday. Love that. It's giving Home Alone vibes. Loved that film. Something else that will give Home Alone vibes, and if Deanna is still about, she will vouch for this, because she married the brother I did this to. We used to do a game where we would put mattresses on the stairs and we would pretend we were like climbing Mount Everest, and we used to tie my dad's ties to each other. Except one time we thought it'd be a really good idea to do that over the banister and pull my brother up. Except he got about a meter up and the tie snapped and he just dropped onto his back on the stairs. And like, I've not heard him cry like that before or since. And he is 28. He has still not forgiven me for suggesting that idea. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. So, yeah, brutal. Very Home Alone vibes. I was like 10 at the time. He was about 8. So it was a while ago, but still not a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I'm sunshine, but also nuanced. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm sunshine with my bake.
I've really enjoyed reading that. I'm a fucking new wave, baby.
Yeah. He's still traumatized by this. There it is. Yeah, for sure. And I don't blame him. I also would never blame him if he decided that abseiling was never his thing, or anything that involved like climbing or ropes is never his thing. I understand if I have traumatized him forever. I'm sorry that I suggested the game. No. I knew it was too far when I told this story, and all 3 of you went, but I was a child. That's my only excuse, is that I was a child.
Yeah, can you imagine if you're like, yeah, I did that last week?
Yeah, right. It was like 2 weeks ago. I've broken his back.
Like, when I went to his wedding, that's when we did this. Like,
yeah. Right, and I've never heard him cry like that before.
Yeah. Oh dear. Anyway, right. Should we put another sprint on then, and then we can read our spicy chapters and eat foods?
Yes.
I will be making food, so I will not be reading.
No, that's fair. I will keep you company. I can read to you if you like. I can read your witch's story.
No, thanks. I will close the doors and I'll watch YouTube.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. I know I can't be grumpy because I come in with too much enthusiasm for everything.
I would say also that's a fucking stupid idea, but I also will be the first person to do the fucking stupid idea with you. So
having played D&D with you, Celine. Sorry.
I
was just saying, if as playing D&D with you, Celine, you are the first person to do the fucking stupid idea.
Yeah. I kind of love that about myself, so I'm not gonna say.
That's fair. That's fair.
I will call that. It's a fucking stupid idea, but I'll do that with you. We'll die together. It's going to be just fine.
What did you say, Molly?
I was just going to say I couldn't agree more with Georgia, to be honest. I'm not shocked you suggested it at all.
Yeah, I think so too.
Shocked that it happened. Yeah. Shocked that you suggested it. No.
I make my own fun. I always have.
Sometimes that's the best way.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's also one of the reasons why, like, Will has made a comment to me before that he thinks I'll be a terrible aunt. And I was offended by that initially, but I know exactly what he means. He doesn't mean that I won't love that kid with my entire being. It's that I will absolutely get that kid in trouble, like, on the regular, like, all the time. It will be the noisy presents. It will be the sugar. It will be the, oh, I'm sorry, did you not want me to take them for a day trip to Alton Towers and then lose them? I found them again. It's not a problem. Like, it'll be that. So, anyway, enough about my life. Let's read. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I don't know if Lizzie is still eating. Oh, no, there she is. It took a while to cook, so I added an extra 10 minutes so that we could eat without, doing a mukbang.
Yeah.
And I managed to read a whole 13 pages, so.
Which is good.
How'd you guys get on?
Pretty good. I think I've read 40, 50 pages. Pretty good.
You can't have much left, surely, by this point.
No, I have that left. So maybe 2 reading sprints.
Yeah.
Let's hope. Yeah, 2 should be fine.
I read 62.
Ooh, which is very good.
Just under 90 left.
Nice.
So,
love that for you.
Me too.
And what did you watch whilst you were eating, Lizzie? I'm assuming you watched YouTube whilst you were eating.
Yeah, I'm watching haunted videos. It's my shit at the moment. It's really stupid, and there are moments where I'm like, "Ah, you guys are really shit at acting," but you tried.
You tried.
But also, you're going into abandoned buildings at night. That's spooky enough, as it is. Regardless if it's haunted or not, you could just walk into an axe murderer there, and you could lose your life. There's other scary things other than ghosts, real people. But it is still a lot of fun to watch.
That's fair.
For sure.
That's fair. I love that we can both be terrible influencers. I love that. And yeah, this is a mood. Being clumsy as fuck is a mood. Also, this is the 3rd time now that we've had bots come in trying to sell us stuff. And I've made a couple of you mods. So I don't understand why you're not doing your job and getting rid of them. But
I wasn't watching, so
I don't know how to get rid of them. I don't even know why they're here in the first place. So
that's fair. That's fair. Welcome, Skylar. I hope you enjoy. That sounds delicious.
Yes,
that sounds delicious.
It's really good.
Hello and welcome. What are you reading? Let us know. That was what I was just saying. Add more time. Which I don't. I read this really wow.
Wow.
I don't know if that's just me projecting, but I wasn't sure if it was
Yeah, it had 10 minutes in the oven and we only had 15 minutes left of the sprint. And I did try and cook it quickly, but you can't rush a cheese sauce.
No, you cannot.
I didn't even notice. For a real split second, I was like, oh my God, I really read that much in this amount of time? Go me. And then I saw your comment and I was like,
oh. I should have just left it. I should have just let you live that lie. Yeah. And you're very welcome, Pixie. Your TikToks are great. I finished my lunch, put on some gnomes. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Decoration, washed my hat and oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you. I mean, you did just describe yourself as clumsy as fuck, though. So, read 30 pages Billy the Kid, and so that is nice, cool. And whilst reading, I've been cooling my finger because I'm in pain. I hate that for you. I hate that for you. 18 pages, A Book of Cold Cases. That sounds exciting. That sounds really exciting. 54 pages. Have any of you read Fire Becomes Her? The main character is super interesting. I have not. But every time I read that title, I think of the film Death Becomes Her.
Yeah, me too.
Everyone has seen that because it's the greatest film of all time.
It's one of my favorites. Yeah, I love this one.
Yeah.
Well,
it's Meryl Streep and someone else and Bruce Willis. And basically Bruce Willis is a mortician or funeral director, and these women are fighting over him. They find a link to youth and beauty, but it means they can't die. So they've been fighting over this man for years, and it's so funny, and they hate each other, so they keep trying to kill each other, except they can't die. So it's a good time. It's a really good time. But every time I see Fire Becomes Her, I think it's going to be Death Becomes Her, and that's a very different thing. I painted for 30 minutes before I realized I was starving, so I'm cooking now. Yeah, eat. Make sure you eat. If not, and also to all of you here, have you had some water today? Okay, 2 out of 3 is not bad.
This is squash. I think it counts.
Yeah, I've got squash too. I did have some water as well, but I've got squash. 34 pages is great. It's okay. Is it the pacing of it is really slow, or you're just not interested in it, so you're struggling to concentrate?
You're enjoying Raw Blood though, George, because I've obviously got that on my shelf, and Little Eve, and I don't never know if it's Sundial or Sundial. It's Sundial, isn't it? It's by Catriona Ward anyway.
Yeah, it's Sundial. I've read that one. That one's good.
I have all of them to read. I've only ever read The Last House on the Street, and I fucking loved it.
It's true. It's true. I want to know where you're gonna get to that.
I want to go back because I can save these recordings. I'm going to go back and just save that as a soundbite. You can't rush a cheese sauce.
You can't.
I know.
Use it on TikToks and stuff.
In November, I'll be reading The #1 Ladies Detective Agency by Alex McCall Smith or something. I think there's a first one because that's a full. There's like 40 books in that series. And I absolutely see what you're saying about a white man writing a white woman in Botswana. I listened to the audiobook when I was younger. It was one of like the series that my parents listened to in the car. And I'm so nervous about going back to it because I really enjoyed it. It's very gentle. It's very kind of Midsummer Murders, but set in Botswana. And I'm so terrified I'm going to go back and it's going to be really problematic. So please let me know if it is, because I would love to pick up that series again, even though it's 40 books long. But I just don't know if I can do it. It's a very political book. At the start of it, the main character is basically the character that would normally be seen as the antagonist. We like an antagonist perspective. That's fair. Read nothing, ate watched some Bake Off. Fair. That's
perfect.
Absolutely fair. I'm 70 pages in and just really like the atmosphere building. I'm definitely intrigued, but I've had to get to that's fair. It sounds to me like it's maybe a formatting thing then. If it feels like if it's hard to get into, then it's probably, but you're enjoying it, then it's not a writing issue, it's probably a formatting issue. I have the first book and then the other 2 books in the series. Yeah, that's cool. Please do. Because like there's been loads of series that I've been like rereading. Like I set myself a challenge of 10 different books that I wanted to reread from my childhood. And of them, only 2 hold up. The others are either boring, hella problematic.
Do we get to find out what these are?
Yeah, I'm going to do a whole video on it. I'll do a whole video on it.
Well, to be honest, most classics are problematic. So I'm not very surprised about that. Even ones.
Like with the conversation we were having earlier about them holding up, like a lot of them are classics these days because even back in the time when they were released, they were problematic or there was a discourse surrounding them in some way.
Yeah.
Which also makes a book interesting because there's talk around it. So.
Yeah. No, for sure. I think I really struggle with problematic books because I don't want to endorse problematic books, but I also find it really difficult to talk about beige books when a book I'm like, well, this is a book that exists. Yeah. And I do find any time I watch a wrap up and someone's like, it's fine. I'm like, ooh, I felt that. It's one of the harshest things you can say about a book is it's fine. It exists.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the first 2 chapters are over an hour long each and based on different people and time. So I'm a bit confused. Okay.
Why it's long? I hate long chapters. I just hate them.
I don't see the point of a long chapter because, like, for my book, the chapters are long, but they're broken up into 5 parts and they're different perspectives. So if you're like, okay, well, I'm on chapter 1, part 4, and I know I've got 1 part left, you could read that last bit if you wanted to hit the end of the chapter. But if you were like, I've been reading for the last 4 hours and I'm done now.
Up. You have a stopping point at least.
Yeah. Because I think anything longer than that, and I just think, I don't want to be here.
No, for sure. What do you think is like too long? Enough, like pages wise? For me, like it would be over 20 pages. Anything, around that.
So when I was doing my writing course, we were told that no chapter should be longer than 7 pages. Which, like, when you're writing it in A4, totals to between 15 and 20 pages.
Yeah.
Depending on the formatting. So I think it's around that.
I used to not mind long chapters, and then I read Midnight Sun, which for some god unknown reason, those chapters were unreasonably long. Like, some of them were like 30 pages long, and I'm like, Edward, shut the fuck up.
That is nowhere near as bad as The Shadow in the Glass, which I was so excited for. It was one of the Lunar Book Club picks. Chapter 1 is 66 pages long.
What?
Yeah.
Jesus.
And I'll tell you now, nothing happens. It's all preamble. I hated it. I hated that book so much. I'm telling you now, January 2023, worst books of 2022. It will be on the list. It'll be up nice and high. Like, I hated that book so much. But yeah, no, more than 7 pages. A4, I think, because like, yeah, when it's A5, it's not too bad. But you're supposed to aim between 2,000 to 3,000 words. Because if you're writing lots of dialogue, obviously the chapter will be longer, but it will feel shorter.
Yes, that is true.
But no, I can't deal it. Can't deal with it. Where do we get to? That one. And then my favourite classic is Max Havelaar's, which holds up, but you need to read the right translation re-release because it can be extremely difficult to read. I think that also makes a massive difference when you're reading something, if it's been deconstructed or kind of adapted a little bit, can make a massive difference as well.
What is the first language of the book? What is the original language? Do you know?
Of this one, I don't know, but I can find out. It's Dutch.
Okay.
I thought it might be, but I wanted to double check. I can be into a political book. Can I look into it? Shorter chapters help the book read faster.
Yeah. See, like, and we need consistency as well.
Yeah.
You cannot know.
Which would you prefer? Because like, I love an audiobook. Would you prefer when you look at the chapters to see that there are like 80 plus chapters, but the chapters are all like 10 minutes long? Or would you rather have like 30 chapters, but each chapter is like 40 minutes?
In an audiobook way, probably longer chapters and shorter, because then when I'm listening, especially with like my job, I have to like take as and when I can. So like if I'm listening to a book on my way to work, it's nice knowing that, yeah, I can listen to like maybe a 10-minute chapter on the like bus ride to work before I have to like socially interact with people. Whereas if it was like 40 minutes long, I'd have to stop midway.
Yeah, I'm the same. I would rather have like lots of shorter ones that are like 10-20 minutes long, because I quite like listening to an audiobook before I go to bed.
Yeah.
So I feel like knowing that I can like turn my lamp down, put it on, it's gonna be 20 minutes and then just sleep. Perfect.
Yeah, because you can, especially on Audible, you can have that sleep timer that it just goes off at the end of the chapter.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What about you, Lizzie?
Well, after reading The Silmarillion and seeing the chapter is an hour and a half on 2 times speed, I think that's unnecessary. I don't know, because I listen to audiobooks on like long drives, so I don't really mind all that much. Like when I drove back and forth from my parents' house, like I read a book and a half because I was reading the Catherine Arden series, like the Small Spaces series, and I got through those quite quickly. So I really don't know. It depends, I think, because if I was just going into town, I'd be annoyed if I stopped in the middle of a chapter. But I also do that when I'm reading in real life, so I feel like I'm kind of like I don't really care.
No, I think that's fair. If you're doing like a long drive, I think it's different. Or if you're like hanging out at home and just listening to it, I don't think it's the same. But if you're like living your life and working and stuff, because you listen to audiobooks whilst you work and stuff as well. So
yeah, so I don't have like the same kind of opinion, because I'm just like I'm not bothered either way. And I like a long book, and long books tend to have typically they're longer chapters. Sometimes they have, like, I think someone said Babel has long chapters. I'm like, that doesn't surprise me because Babel's a big book. And it's like, especially high fantasy, like they cram a lot of stuff in. Like when I was reading Way of Kings, those chapters were hella long, but it made sense because it was all the lore. And it really depends on like the type of book you enjoy reading as well. And I think for me, audiobooks, I can listen to whatever, like however long the chapters are. But if I'm reading it, sometimes I think, when the hell is this chapter going to end, like physically? That's what it's more like. Why is it so long?
I think there's nothing more daunting than downloading an audiobook, starting it, and it says that at 1.8 times speed, it's going to be 42 hours. Like, end me. I'm not getting through it. We're never seeing the end.
Yeah.
I think it's one of my things Twilight's so successful was its short chapters. And it did have a really fast pace as well, which helped.
Yeah, Stephanie Meyer forgot that from Midnight Sun. And she made Edward even more conceited than he turned out to be in Twilight.
The only thing that made Edward worse was being able to hear his thoughts.
Yeah. That to be fair though, that voice actor did a pretty good job at making Edward the most annoying vampire ever. He was a very good audiobook narrator, but fuck me, if I ever hear his voice again, I'm just turning that audiobook off.
Yeah, I can't do it. I don't mind long chapters, but I hate books with chapters that are either 6 pages or where they're not. Yeah, I think it's either if there's no consistency.
Yeah,
you need some consistency.
Absolutely.
Because I think books are a really interesting art form anyway, and that you need some kind of rhythm to them. It's why if you're struggling to read because of formatting or because of structure, it makes a massive difference to a book, I think. Because I've read some books where the formatting is so off and I'm just I can't get into it. And then you listen to the audiobook, it's not nearly as bad. And it's you shot yourself in the foot here. This didn't need to be this way. Anyway. Yeah, long chapters. I'm actually currently annotating it and I need to get a life because it's taking me too long.
I didn't really realize that the chapters were that long for some reason. Usually I pay attention to that. They were okay-ish. I don't remember, they were 20 something pages long, 25 maybe.
Yeah, they're not too bad. I think it's just because it's a big book.
Yeah, that's fair.
On the next print, I'm gonna have to be on my laptop because my iPad is dying. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. It's the best book, classic from my country, and I honestly agree. That's fair. But the structure, yeah. I don't know if I've ever read a book where the structure is a plot thing, except maybe Christmas Carol.
Was there Illuminate though? Because they're dossiers.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. But I don't like to admit that I've read that.
No, I know you don't, but I'm going to.
It's so funny because so I read it for Middle-earthathon and I read it for antagonist POV, and I was because I don't know who the villain's going to be. I don't know if any of the books that I have are antagonist POVs. And Lizzie was well, Illuminators, it's definitely that. And I was okay, great. And then I read it and I was I see what you're saying, but I don't think that character is an antagonist. I think they're an anti-hero. They're not an antagonist. And Lizzie was well, they are in book 2. And it's well, I'm not reading book 2. You've already made me read book 1. I'm not reading anymore.
You know what's worse is Hannah didn't hate it. I just need to say this. This is more of the annoyance. Is Hannah didn't hate it. I feel huh?
I gave it 4 stars.
Yeah, wow. But I feel you'd be less. You'd be more wanting to talk about it if you had hated it. Because then you could have shout on it.
No, I don't think I would. I don't think it really tickles me because when I get on my soapbox about books that I don't like, it's the same as any time I'm on my soapbox. I'm not going to stop for nothing. But I don't go out of my way to slag off books people like. For example, earlier when we mentioned Night Circus, and I just went, because everyone knows how I feel about Night Circus. I don't have to bang on about it anymore. But so when I have just read something and I hate it, and with Shadow in the Glass, I resent it because I picked it for my book club and then hated it. So it's it betrayed me. But for the most part, if I don't like a book, I just don't sell it. I don't mention it on my channel unless I can help it. Unless the one that I do come for a lot is Addie LaRue, because I think Addie LaRue can take it. There are enough people that love Addie LaRue that it can take it. And my favorite thing is comparing books to Addie LaRue.
Yeah,
when I don't like it.
Come at this book. It's just
it deserves it, I think. And to be fair, there are enough people that love it. I know it's not gonna affect Schwab in any way.
No, of course not.
It's not hurting anyone that I don't like it.
It's so funny every time to hear you talk about the book.
Just no one ever
I love Addie LaRue, but I also love hearing you shit on it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I really liked the book. I didn't love it, but I liked it. And I love hearing Hannah going at it. Like
hearing Hannah shit on any book though is one of my favourite pastimes.
just setting me off and watching me go. Yeah.
Hannah should have a sticker of "Don't ask me about Addie LaRue."
I'm not though. That's the thing. If it were anyone else, yeah, I probably would combust, because Hannah also knows that The Night Circus is one of my favourite books of all time.
Me too. I love
this. As I say, Hannah doing it, it's fine.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy it.
I think because like when people really don't like something, they can be spiteful, and I think it's like I'm always really worried if I recommend a book to someone that they're going to be nasty, not just about the book but about the author and like everyone else who works in it. I feel like when I don't like something, I'm indignant about it. I'm just like, how dare you waste my time? And here's my long list of grievances. Like, I feel like it's so I try really hard not to be a bitch. I really try. And the fact that I have to try just goes to show what a bitch I am. But I did my best, and I'm so sorry. But this is the thing, those books are iconic. I know that people will love them. They're not going away anytime soon. So I don't feel as bad about
That's also why I trust your book critics, Hannah, because when you do love a book, I know there's not, I don't know the right way to say it, but you are very nitpicky, which you know.
Yeah. Surprising.
So when you do wholeheartedly love a book, I trust that opinion more than anything.
Oh, thank
you. Because I know you've nitpicked it to the absolute best and you still love it.
I'm such a picky bitch. I really wish I wasn't, but I am. I'm not sorry that I am. I'm just sorry that I am.
Better to be a picky bitch than a pick-me bitch, though.
That's true. Oh, put that on a t-shirt. I love that. I love that. Yeah. Love that. That is going to be my new bio on Twitter. It's just, I'd rather be a picky bitch than a pick-me bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, literally. It's why, so since doing my potluck wrap up, that has really helped me just wrap up a book rather than here's my entire essay on this book, good or bad.
You fucking say that, but how long did you rant about Addie LaRue for?
There's always exceptions to the rule, Lizzie. It's okay.
There was one recently, I think it was Say No to the Dress, which was the one that was really fat phobic, that I then went back and did another video about because it was so fat phobic that I was like, I looked back at it and I was like, I've been ranting about this one book for 11 minutes. Like, it's not malice, it's just facts. Yeah, for sure. I also missed this one earlier and I love that.
I would say it's mostly not malice, because I remember Hannah comparing Addie LaRue and Schwab to a poor man's Laini Taylor, and I think that's pretty mean. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty malicious like wording, if you ask me. So I just need to bring up the fact that it isn't just straight fire facts. Hannah can also be a bitch.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah.
I think I've also done.
I'm not saying she was wrong either. I just want to make that clear. I do agree, but I also feel like that was a little.
That makes sense, because I don't really like Laini Taylor, and I am also a poor bitch. Like is my poor man's Laini Taylor.
That's fair.
You need to have merch with that on, because that was fantastic.
Say worse than poor man's. Yeah.
We all have, but I meant more malicious comment, because that's the one that always comes to mind where I'm like, oh, that was mean.
Yeah. I get so indignant. That coming in with a nuance. I sometimes wait a little bit before writing a review. Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't tend to write reviews for books I've DNF'd, but I only give books I've DNF'd 1 star. If I finished it, it gets 2 stars, even if I didn't enjoy it, but I made it to the end, it gets 2 stars. But if I DNF'd it, 1 star, couldn't finish it.
See, it depends how far into a book I DNF it. If it's over the 50% mark and I DNF it, I will rate it 1 star. But if it's before the 50%, I just won't rate it at all.
Yeah. I don't count if I can't get past the first 3 chapters, I don't even count it as a DNF. I'm just like, no, I've barely scratched this. I just know it's not a book for me. A DNF is a book where I was like, I've got hiccups now. I either thought this was going to be for me and then it failed, or I was really hoping it would pick up, or it lost me by doing something really stupid or problematic.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't DNF Addie LaRue. I wanted to, but I didn't DNF Addie LaRue. But the thing is, the really hard part about that is I've been doing buddy reads with Olivia Catastrophe, and we buddy read a book by Renee Watson called Love is a Revolution, and it was really, really good, but that we had so many issues with it. And then we did Addie LaRue, and neither of us liked it. So then it was just, we're buddy reading this book that we both don't like, but we're committing to it because we've agreed to do a buddy read. And then we're fueling each other because neither of us like it. And then we did American Gods, and we hated it. We hated it. Not just like, oh, I didn't like Addie LaRue, like hated it. It's so problematic. It's just not good. The pacing is all over the place. But people love Neil Gaiman, and they'll lap it up anyway. Like, I can list 10 books that you could read that have the same plot that are so much better. Hated it. So now Olivia and I don't buddy read anymore. Like, we've not picked up a buddy read for like with each other in ages, because the last 3 times it has not gone well.
I tell you something, the worst part about reading Addie LaRue for me was being in a group chat with a bunch of Americans who lapped up anything Schwab wrote, like, and it was like literally everyone in the group was talking about how great it was, and I was sitting there going, well, I didn't like it for these reasons, and then being like attacked. I originally gave Addie LaRue 4 stars. I've never felt more ostracized in my life, because how dare I not give it 5 stars? And then I thought about it a little bit more a couple of months later, and I gave it 3 stars and said, fuck you. I didn't enjoy it.
This is exactly why more often than not now, like I used to, but now I won't tell anyone if I'm reading a really popular book. Like I recently read Carrie Soto is Back, and I knew that was going to be a big thing if I told everyone that I was reading it, because everyone knows how much I love Taylor Jenkins Reid and how much I loved Malibu Rising last year. Like, it was literally one of my favorite books. I gave Carrie Soto 3 stars. And I just didn't tell anyone that I was reading it, really.
That's fair.
Until I just put it on my Instagram book thread and was like, yeah, that's the thing that happened this month. That's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think that's the thing. I'm really nervous because I like to pick the first book of the year really early so I can like look forward to it.
Yeah.
But the last 2 books I've done that with, I've given 5 stars. But I haven't given a book. So Ruin Song was one, and Love Hypothesis was the other. And
I'm glad you gave Love Hypothesis 5 stars.
It was good. To be fair, it got 5 stars immediately because it made me cry. You make me cry, you get 5 stars.
Same.
You made me feel something. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, Jesus.
But yeah, so I'm really nervous that I will break my streak or pick something that's just boring, because I've not given anything 5 stars in about 2 months.
Have you not? I've had a good reading month for 5 stars. How many have I given just this month? Hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4. But my last 3 reads have been 5 stars. I can safely say that's not going to be it. I'm enjoying this, but it's not 5-star worthy. But my last 3 books have been 5 stars, and that was It Starts With Us, Twisted Lies, and The American Roommate Experiment.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So another one that doesn't rate DNF books because sometimes it's just not the right time for me personally. I have a thing where I have abandoned books versus DNFs. So abandoned books, it's like stars. Can't do it. Not today. And then there's DNF.
Yeah, like I've got 2 shelves on my Goodreads. One is did not finish, but the other one's just put down for now.
Mm-hmm.
Like ones I fully intend to go back to at some point.
Yeah. Speaking of popular books and DNFing, I've been so close to DNFing The Assassin's Apprentice.
Oh,
I keep thinking about it.
I've been there.
Is it because of the audiobook? I feel like it's because of the audiobook.
I am listening to the audiobook, but I have listened to worse audiobooks than that, and I've made it through. Like I did Histories by Herodotus in January, which is a very stuffy old man reading Greek myth or Greek history. And I didn't hate that as much as I hate this. So I don't think it is that. I think it's just that I don't have time for white man, bread and water fantasy.
That makes me sad.
Like, I don't like. There's one female character in it that has had a speaking role so far.
Oh, it's not about you don't have like a lot of female characters. It's definitely a man.
Yeah, I don't think I care enough about men, to be honest.
Which is weird because it's the fantasy series written by a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like.
But when was it published?
No idea.
A while ago.
Yeah, a while ago. I'm just gonna have a look. I've got Goodreads open, so I'm just gonna have a cheeky look.
I think like a long while ago, like at least 10 years ago.
1995.
Oh,
love that.
So nearly as old as I am. And I get that it's like it will be an of the time thing, but I just don't think I care. I don't think I care. 90s fantasy does not hit the way 80s horror does, so I don't care for it.
But like it's completely different. It's two completely different genres, and the pace isn't the same at all.
But what I'm saying is one I really like and one I don't.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I haven't DNF'd it yet, but I'm really annoyed because I bought the first full trilogy and the prequel because I assumed I'd really like it because I do like high fantasy. But I think I like modern high fantasy more than I like traditional classic.
I did the same though. Like I bought the first trilogy. I read the first one, and at the time it took me fucking ages to get through, and it took 2 attempts to get through Assassin's Apprentice for me. But in the end I gave it 4 stars. But part of me thinks the only reason why I did that is because I'd spent so much time on it. And I did end up kind of enjoying it. If I was to read it now, I think the outcome would be different. But I did DNF the second one, and then I ended up getting rid of my full trilogy because I just...
No, that's fair. The voice in my tells me that I'm a failure if I DNF you on. Absolutely not. I don't know why I can't bring myself to do it. I don't think any book has had such a good ending that you have to fight your way through the middle to get to it. And the phrase that I tell myself anytime I feel like a failure for DNFing a book is reading is not a hostage situation.
Yeah, and think of
I'm
it
not
as
getting paid for this.
Think of it as self-care, George. I do.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I didn't DNF until I met Hannah. Like, I did. That is like a genuine thing, though. I genuinely did not. And then we were talking about Splintered by, I don't know, some bitch, which is an Alice in Wonderland retelling that had the worst mental health representation I've ever had the displeasure to read. It was honestly the worst thing I've ever read in my life. And I was ranting like this, and Hannah was like, just DNF it. I was like, I can't because I've started it, and I had a proper grump about it. And then I realised, why the fuck am I wasting my time with this? Like, this is genuinely terrible.
I'll tell you when I started to DNF, and this might attack some people because I know how some people feel about Karen and Manus, but I can't stand it. After the absolute pain I went through reading One of Us is Lying just to give it 1 star, I was like, I'm never putting myself through that ever again.
No, I've not even picked them up because they give me they just remind me too much of Gossip Girl meets We Were Liars, and I'm just not. I don't want to read that. And there's just something about them that I'm interested in. So I'm like, well, if I don't read them, I can't slag them off.
Yeah, I get that.
So sometimes I write novellas 1 star. I finished them, but I hated them. That's fair.
Novellas are so short though that you can do that.
Yeah. All my 1 stars are required reading books that were absolute shit, but I wanted a good grade. Fair. I still haven't read Hattie LaRue. It's all right. It'll be 5 years' time, and Amanda will finally finish it, and then she'll go, nah, it's all right. To be fair, the concept of everyone loving a book is so weird because it's based on personal enjoyment, but it could be technically flawless, but doesn't mean everyone's gonna like it. This is the thing. So for me, 3 stars is that subjective of it was either written beautifully but I didn't enjoy it, or it was written like absolute horseshit, but it was a good time. Like that's where 3s live. And then 4 is it's more one than the other. And then 5 is you made me cry, you made me feel things. I can't fault this.
But this is why, like, people think I'll get so offended if they say they don't like my favourite books, but I'm never going to be that person because I can also respect that everyone has their own different opinions.
Yeah.
Like, and it would be boring if everyone liked the same shit.
We'd end up with the same shit every day. Yeah. Every book would be the same because everyone likes the same thing.
I tell myself that every day that I'm going to be the bigger person, and then someone shits on my favourite book and I get unreasonably angry.
What is your favourite book, Lizzie? Out of curiosity.
Clara and the Sun.
I've not read it, so I can't judge.
I would have laughed if you'd been like, nah, it's all right.
My favourite series is Lord of the Rings, but like that's a trilogy. So I always say Clara and the Sun, and then it's The Night Circus. And for a long time it was The Night Circus, and then I read Clara and the Sun, and I was like, well. But now anytime anyone says anything bad, I'm like, I'm just not going to talk to you about that book because I feel like it's just going to make me sad every day.
That's fair. What's your
I'm
favorite?
also not going to tell people they're wrong either because I'm just like, yeah, I might not agree and I might tell you you're wrong, but I also don't really mean that because you're allowed to have that opinion, but it's still going to offend me every day. Unless you're Hannah, and I will quite...
I was going to say, you've never said that to me. That's never been the conversation we've had. To be fair, there are a few books on Waypoint that I haven't read because I'm like, I know this isn't my thing, but Lizzie has banged on about them enough that I'm like, fine, they can go on the list. Yeah. I think you have to. If a book makes you cry, you're legally obligated.
You're not. You're so not.
Celine's like, I feel nothing. It's fine.
See,
I cry a lot. Like when I read, you know a lot.
I cry a lot. But with books, it's a bit different, I find. Like films, I'll cry at the back of a hat. Like, but I think it's because I feel people's emotions way too much, like especially like in real life. Like if I see someone else cry, it takes everything in me not to cry too. So when I see that on a screen, I can generally feel that emotion. But with books, it takes so much for me to actually cry and like pull something for me because I'm not seeing it physically in front of me.
Yeah, I used to really struggle with horror books because I was like, these aren't scary because I was so like emotionally detached from it. Whereas now I'm like, this makes me sad, this makes me scared, this makes me happy. Like I'm there, I'm in it. So I do appreciate that. Maybe I'm just reading better books, but I really struggled. So I think my only 5-star this month is A Darker Shade of Magic, but I might give Billy the Kid 5 stars. That's fair.
Hannah won't agree on that because it's V. Schwab. But
I have not read it. I have not read it. I bought the trilogy and then.
But I feel like you've just given up with Schwab at this point, haven't you?
I have because
you go into her thinking you are going to be underwhelmed.
I'm not gonna lie. I read the first book and everyone had way too much hyped it up. I think if I'd read it without having any previous any idea of what the book was about, but everyone was telling me how fucking great it was, and I read it and I was like, oh, it's just a typical fantasy book. I'm really not sure.
It took me so long to read it because there was all that hype about it. I hate reading hyped books, I really do, and that's why it would take me so long to read one because I don't like reading books when they're initially released.
Yeah,
there's the odd occasion I have when it's been a really like hyped up thing for me and I've been like waiting for it. But like I didn't read Carrie Soto as soon as it came out because everyone was. The one that I did read the day I got it was It Starts With Us, but that's because I've been wanting that and it's what I needed. But I will wait because I like to let the hype die down and then I'll read it and form my own judgment.
See, I like almost not necessarily tracking but keeping an eye on hype because sometimes books come in like a wrecking ball, at the risk of sounding Miley Cyrus, and then it will just die. Like any conversation around it will just end. And I know what's happened. People have read it and they've hated it, and no one wants to admit that a book they have hyped was mediocre. Just look at Book of Night. Like, I've not seen anyone mention Book of Night on their Instagram, on their TikTok, on their YouTube since it came out. But it had so much promo. It had 5 or 6 different beautiful editions. I've still got mine. I haven't finished it because it's not well written. It's not good. It's an interesting story. It's an interesting concept. It's not well executed. It's hard to read. And I've not heard anyone talk about it.
It will be my first Holly Black, like, that I've read. Yeah, I know.
Upside, you might enjoy Cruel Prince more if you read that afterwards because it's better.
Yeah.
But it's not much. Again, Cruel Prince is not well written, but it's a good time. And I gave it 5 stars because I just started and finished it. It was the first book I started and finished in a day as a booktuber, and I loved it.
The Cruel Prince is just like a fun, like, fantasy world where it is literally just vibes. Like, that whole series is just vibes. And, like, the thing with Book of Night is she was trying to do too many things. Like, I DNF'd it, and it's trying too hard. And it feels very much like Holly Black, you don't need to write adult fiction. Like, you are comfortable with YA. Like, that is obvious from the start. It reads like a YA with adult themes. But then what does that make that an adult book when all that shit can be in YA anyway? Like, there was nothing about it that I was like, I literally don't know why I'm wasting my time with it. And it was one of those where I was really disappointed because it was so hyped. I was like, oh, I'm really expecting great things. And then when it wasn't, I thought, but why though?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Okay, maybe I'll finish it. I'm doing it as an audiobook, so I find it harder to DNF an audiobook because I'm like, this isn't taking anything except time. So
yeah, and you can do other stuff along with it. So like, you can still be productive.
Yeah, exactly. I'm more interested in Hobbs' second trilogy with the ships. That one sounds more weird. Yeah, that's fair. I've read 11 books so far and have given 6 of them 5 stars. Good for you.
That's good.
Couldn't be me. We truly bonded over our hatred of chaos. That's fine. Love that.
That's fair. I read Never Let Me Go at uni for one of the courses on dystopia. And I remember really enjoying it. And then I reread it and I went, oh, I don't like this as much. And it's because I'd read Clara in the Sun. Like, it's just to me, it's way more interesting. And Never Let Me Go is a lot shorter than Clara in the Sun is. And I just didn't care about the characters. I thought the characters were awful in Never Let Me Go. I thought they were horrible people. Like, and I get that maybe that was the point. I just didn't care.
I think.
And yeah, it was boring. I was like, just die already. Like, this is the whole concept. We're literally just waiting for these characters to die.
Amazing. Love that.
I have the book. I'm so happy.
I love this as well. Everyone's entitled to their wrong opinion.
They are, Pixie. They are.
I cry too much. I give them all 5 stars. Hyper empathy. That's you, Molly. Hyper empathy.
I did try.
Like in movies and shows, I don't usually cry when people die, but I cry when people mourn those who die.
If an animal dies, I will be.
Animal dies.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is my, like, even in books, if there's an animal death, like, if someone doesn't tell me there's an animal death and then they recommend a book to me and there's an animal death, I will not forgive that person because I'm like, how dare you not warn me?
It was the Midnight Library. No one had told me that on page 3 there's an animal death.
I don't even remember that.
And it's really important because, like, the whole point of that is that she's going through all these different realities that she could have had.
Yeah,
and one of the things she feels really guilty about is that because of her cat is dead. And like, the reality is that actually, no, there was nothing she could have done. The cat passed away because it was old. And but it happens. It's like one of the first shitty things that happens to her.
Yeah.
And I was like, why did no one tell me this? I could have dealt with all of the other stuff. All of like the family drama, all of like the job stuff. I could have dealt with all of that. But you didn't tell me that on page 3, her cat dies. And it was heartbreaking. And I hate that. It's just rude. I was terrified to read Darker Shade of Magic, but I bought it too. That's fair.
Correct.
That's what Alice said.
Especially after reading It Starts With Us, it is certainly what Alice deserves.
Almost everyone goes, yeah.
Or something like that, 3 or 4.
I think people only gave it 3 stars because they finished it.
Yeah,
I don't think people like.
Well, again, the ideas were good. It's just the execution that was lacking.
Yeah. Was that for the?
It has an average rating of 3.56.
Did you finish this for? I think it was either Ashley or Beth did this as their book club pick. I can't remember.
It may have been Ro.
Huh?
It may have been Ro.
Okay. So everyone picked it for their book club pick then, because
everyone picked it as their book club pick, yeah.
Except for me. Actually, I'd be really interested to find out. I think the book that I picked for the same month was like a really chunky fantasy, like The Blood Trials or something like that. There's like 600 pages. Very different.
Very different.
Very different. Animal, yeah. Do you know what? It doesn't even have to be a real animal, okay? My mom takes the piss out of me all the fucking time because if I ever watch the film Dragonheart, I cry. Dragonheart, it's a CGI dragon with Sean Connery's voice. But when he dies at the end, I weep every time. Every time. And I went to see Warhorse, and Deanna will vouch for this again if she's
been Hannah! Same.
Every time.
I went with school and I was a mess. It's a fucking puppet horse.
Right?
No, but it's not that though. It's the way the fucking actors leave the fucking stage. The puppeteers that really got me because I did it like at school and I went to see it for my birthday. My parents bought me that show for my birthday. What is wrong with my parents? Anyway,
I got goosebumps. You guys talking about it, I've got goosebumps.
It just like every time I think about it, I'm like those actors knew what they were doing.
I cried from the moment the black horse went down. I cried through to the end. When they reunite, cried. I then cried as we came out of the theatre.
Yeah.
I cried as we walked through London. I cried as I drove us home. And then 3 days later, my mum made a comment to Deanna about Warhorse, and I started hysterically laughing and then crying.
Oh.
3 days later.
Yeah. And genuinely, I was on a school trip, so I had that exact same reaction. Left the theatre. Everyone else around me seems to be fine, and I'm just like.
There was like me and like 4 other women that were just kind of stood on our stairs at one point, just like dabbing our faces with tissues, like that was gonna fix it. And it was just, and my mom was just like, "Can we go home?" And I was just like, honestly, I can't watch the film. I can't do it. My mom bought it for me for Christmas. I can't do it.
I have, and it is also great, but I also did cry.
Yeah.
So
I'm like, take my money, fine, but please stop making me cry.
I've seen the film, but I think the stage show is sadder than the film was.
You know what? I actually would agree with you.
I think it was very visual and it was a very beautiful film and it was very well done. But there was something about the stage show that hit
film has a real fucking horse in it. You know what I mean? I've seen the real thing, and the show was still sadder.
No, the show was impressively sad.
The puppets made me sad more.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's really interesting because like when I first started my bookshop with regards to the child death, someone came up to me and was like, "Oh, because I had 5th season." They were like, "Oh my god, I'm really excited. I really want to start 5th season." And she had like a little pram with her with this tiny baby. And I was like, I don't know if you need trigger warnings or anything, but consider, I was like, "Is this your first?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Don't pick up this book yet. Come to it later because it's a great book, but don't pick up this book yet because there is child death in the first chapter." And she was like, "Okay, I'll have anything else." Like, it's just absolutely not. And it's one of those things where, like, I know a lot of people don't, they see spoiler warnings and trigger warnings or content warnings as kind of synonymous. But I was like, I can't let this new mum buy this sci-fi and then be like, "Oh, I'm traumatized."
Yeah.
We couldn't do it. I love this. You know what we were saying about I'd rather be picky than a pick me? She's not like other book clubs. The first movie I cried at was The Snowman. I think the first film I ever cried at was Fox and the Hound. Every time. It gets me every time. Right, should we go into a reading sprint so I don't cry just thinking about it?
Yeah.
How long were we talking for that time?
Not too long, because we finished I think about 20 past. So about half hour.
I would have to say. Hello.
Hi.
I managed about 30 pages again, and I'm just about halfway. Just under halfway.
Oh yeah. Are you enjoying it? Are you enjoying
yeah. Yes, I am. Well, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's not the worst. I'm not sure I love it, but I'm enjoying it.
Okay, that's good.
What about you, Lizzie?
Done.
You're all done. You finished it?
Almost. I have that left.
So next sprint, are we done?
Yeah, we're done.
That's fair. Lizzie's living her best Sith life.
I read 80 pages and I'm so unsettled. Like, everything about this book is unsettling. Like, Hannah, you've read it. You know what I'm talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it's so... Like, nothing, like, crazily scary is happening.
And yet...
But it just feels so, like, wrong. Like, everything about this is wrong. Mm-hmm. And it's just making me feel very, like, spooked.
So it's good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's exactly what I want. But I'm going to go and sit in my bed in the next sprint because I kind of want the safety of my blankets, because apparently I am 12 and think if I have the duvet on, the monster can't get me.
That's how that works.
It's completely fair.
That is exactly how that works.
I'm very curious
now. Creepy. Like, I think you would like it, Celine. It's very psychological, but it's also got the whole portal fantasy side of it, which is fun.
I'm getting a list of books by you that I have to read now.
So weird. I want to know what's going on. It's just so weird.
I really want to know where you're up to like...
I am middle of chapter 11.
Okay.
Page 140, exactly.
Okay. I think I know where you're up to. Yeah. Anyway, right. I think Molly's finishing their chapter. I didn't actually hear when they said it earlier, but I think it's finished the chapter. So let's have a look. Scroll back up. Where do we get to? I should stop doing things. I put away books and then part of the powerful. Oh, ouch! Yeah, stop touching things. You're hurting yourself. Stop it. I'm back. I went for a cute little cereal for lunch. Oh, I should have napped. Might still nap, but I've left us. Thank you. I appreciate you. I read 10 pages plus footnotes in Paradise Lost, but I'm so sleepy. Right, yeah. In the next sprint, I think you and Emma need to go and have a nap. You'll feel better for it. Oh, I hate that. Finished Babel. Nice. 5 stars. Heading out. Thanks for the prints. You're so welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Guess I have a new pet. Oh yeah, gross. Made coffee and a drink. Watched some TikToks. Read 27 pages. My intrigue is definitely picking up. I'm pleased. I need another chai latte. That's what I need. That's what I'm gonna do next. I'm ready for some more caffeine and sugar. Yeah. Do you want a coffee, Lizzie? No? You're just gonna get all creeped out in your bedroom? Yeah. I'm working on a letter to my pen pal, and I'm working on a video. My read books. That's cute. I love that. But I really need someone to read less problematic authors. Mood. Just watched the final episode of Midnight Club.
I loved
it.
I loved it. So good, and I cried also a lot.
Celine has been desperate to find more people that have watched it to talk to about it. So you two need to text each other about it.
Absolutely. I adored it. It was so good.
52 pages of the book Cold Cases, but it's getting good and creepy. I love how many of us are reading creepy books today. I love that. I say us like I'm reading a creepy book. I'm not. But I'm glad for you guys. I enjoyed the middle of sprints. I came back after Hubback Hall. They just finished her 24 hours straight sprints. Currently working, but this is providing good productivity vibes. I'm pleased. Yeah, I think they were reading House of Leaves. Did they finish it in the end, or did they read something else? Let me know. Did 18 or 80? No, Lizzie said 80.
Yeah, I said 80. It was 80.
80. Because, you know, she's a really slow reader, so.
Yeah, she doesn't read that fast, you know.
I'm not going to fucking finish Ordinary Monsters, though, as well.
No, but you'll still get, like, 200-300 pages of it done.
Yeah, probably, but I did say I wasn't going
to. Fighting for my life to finish a 300-page book, and you're like, yeah.
Well, what page are you on your book? Because I'm only on page 140.
Yeah, I'm only on page 140.
Right.
I'm on page 148. Annoyingly, I had this to go when the time went off.
See, I just finished my chapter because that was more important to me.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But I felt as host, I couldn't just be like, we'll just continue. So
you absolutely could have done.
Yeah, I would have.
I didn't. Yesterday I had my other right. Okay.
Oh.
I'm going to recommend you just sit on your hands and don't do anything. Just sit still.
Yeah.
Actually, I can't sit still. If anyone told me to sit on my hands and sit still, I'd probably cry. I definitely need nap because I'm already going to mess up Doctor Who tonight. Yeah. Sleep.
Wait. Emma, what time is Doctor Who on? Because I totally forgot that whole thing was happening. So please tell me what time it's on.
Oh, what a fake fan.
Well, you know.
I'm laughing because someone had the audacity to call Lizzie a fake fan this week because she liked the Rings of Power TV series. So she can't be a real Tolkien fan. She has to be a fake fan.
My dad loves the Ring of Power and he's obsessed with the Lord of the Rings.
I was schooling children, and I'm apparently I'm the perfect consumer. And I was like, that's so nice. I haven't messaged them back because I'm just like, I literally don't have the energy for you anymore. But like, they were like, oh, you're such a superficial Tolkien fan. I'm like, you know shit all about me. I'll have you know, I wrote a dissertation on Tolkien and Lord of the Rings specifically. Go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
I mean, I don't think my response would not have been that long. My response would have been like, let me know when you felt the touch of a woman. Let me know how that feels when you get there.
He also had a name, like his name was like Finrod, and he's like a character from Lord of the Rings, but like he's really obscure because he's from the Silmarillion, so like obviously he knows what he's talking about. Like, go fuck yourself, who cares? It's a TV show, let us enjoy things.
Amazing.
You're telling me that like someone took his time to message you about that?
Not just once, because you'd think after he tells you to
she kept coming downstairs. She kept coming downstairs and being like, they've come back to me. And I'd be like, of course they have.
So like they spent their energy just being real toxic about it. And I was just like, can we not? Like, can we just let anyone enjoy whatever the fuck they want to enjoy? There were things about that show I fucking hated. Did I like the show as a whole? Yeah, it was fun. It was beautiful. But
Also,
like, don't be toxic about it.
How can you be offended by someone liking something?
Because apparently the Tolkien fandom were fine until Amazon, like a big corporate company, like ruined the entire world.
I bet he hates The Hobbit too. I bet he hates anything except the original animated.
I don't know.
Yeah, this was commented. It was a comment on like someone reacting to the first episode where they'd asked like, "What are like people's thoughts on it?" And I was like, "Yeah, as a Tolkien fan, I really enjoyed it." And then I got attacked for it, and I was like, "Right, fine, fuck you then. I'm gonna take you for all it's worth."
Oh
no.
Hope you enjoy it.
Like, guys, Jesus, can you stop just doing that with books that I enjoy? I didn't love it.
Celine, you and I have the same taste in middle grades, okay? We can talk about middle grades till the cows come home.
Yes, I know, because I also do love whimsical ones. And you
That's
tend
true.
not
That's
to.
true. I've been very anti-whimsy. But it might just be the time of year.
And also I have to say, like, my favorite one, you don't like it.
No, I know, but the one that you named your book club after, I do.
Yes. Well, I didn't love it either.
It doesn't matter. You named your book club after it. You must have liked it a little bit.
No, like the name was before I even heard about the books. To be fair
enough.
And then it was just a very good coincidence.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
That's fair. Maybe just get better taste in books, Celine.
I'm not entirely sure.
Hannah!
I can say it because it's Celine. I'm saying it because it's Celine. I'm kidding. She knows I'm kidding. You do know I'm kidding, right? You know I'm kidding?
Yeah, you know I'm kidding, right, please?
Yes, message me on Instagram. Maybe not a good idea to give my phone like on the internet, but like message me on Instagram.
It's okay because you guys are both in the same group chat, so you have each other's numbers already, so you don't have to put it on the internet.
Oh, cool. Then
in Strixhaven, Celine, in the Strixhaven group chat.
Wow. Okay, that makes much more sense. Okay.
Look at me matchmaking across mediums. We love that. Also enjoyed the reading. I had 10 pages left. She would have finished it, but it made her tired, so she swapped reads for one sprint, and it kept her from finishing. That's fair. That's fair. I will never do a 24 hours. Can't do it. Hello and welcome. Spent the day reading a collection about monsters of our childhood. About to finish it. Cool. You could have just sneakily rewound. Yeah, well, like I did last time. I did that earlier today because I wanted my lunch. So we could have a dump. I have been so tempted a couple of times when I'm like really into, like, especially with divines, because I'd get like really into something that was happening, just being like, I'm just going to rewind it a little bit, see if anyone notices. But I didn't, because that feels gaslighty. But I considered it.
Well, I never noticed when you did it before.
No, that's true. That's true. The vacuum cleaner fell on my hand and I was cleaning the stairs. Right.
The chances of that happening in
impressive. Rings of Power has highlighted the most toxic Lord of the Rings fans. It's been via watching the online discourse from the start. Like from day dot, when the first posters came out and it was like, how dare we have women of colour, etc. And like awful. It has been awful.
It's been really bad seeing the discourse, but like it's a particular type of Lord of the Rings fan though. Like you can spot them from a fucking mile away. Like you know who's gonna be like a little bitch about it, and it is the people who live in their parents' basements.
I don't think you can consider them fans, because I think if you are like fan, obviously stems from fanatical, right? So yeah, they're obsessed, but they're not a fan of it. They're not enjoying it. A fan enjoys a thing. I'm a fan.
Like, just don't watch it.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Is like, why have you wasted your time? What, like, this was the thing. Like, if they watched the first episode and they didn't like it, okay, but like, you don't have to attack other people for enjoying it. And I think that's what pissed me off, because I was like, you've come onto a video with someone reacting to this who are still getting like they're dipping their toes into the Lord of the Rings fandom. They love the movies. They've not read the books. It's not something for them. And you're attacking people for being like, yeah, I enjoyed it too. It's like, why are you here? Why are you on someone reacting to an episode and you didn't like it. Like, what is the point?
That's the thing
Just
that
let
got me.
people be happy. What is
Yeah.
wrong? Let people be
Live
happy.
their lives.
It's
But
okay.
that's the thing, it's like it wasn't even like someone had commented on Lizzie's video. Lizzie had commented on someone else's video about Rings of Power because you enjoyed it, and then someone commented on her comment being like, "You're wrong."
Yeah.
But not even being like you're wrong, like went to town, like being spiteful.
But like you cannot be wrong just
hey.
enjoying something. That's like
There was two of them. There was two little Tolkien fanboys who attacked me.
I think we need to find another phrase for them because they're not Tolkien fanboys. They don't like Tolkien.
One of them, I told them off and they clearly got scared because I didn't say shit, apart from agreeing for the one that was kind of being an arsehole. One of them was like, oh, spot on. It's like, come on. No, you have to have a backbone too. You can't just be on the coattails of this one. Like, I've told you off on your own little comment. Come on. But the toxicity has been really disgusting. And I really am like, who cares? Like, it's not that deep. It's a fucking like fan world. And that's why I eventually ended up saying, I was like, there are actual real issues in the world. Like, I have better things to do than argue with you. Like,
yeah, exactly.
For sure.
Oh yeah, I was going to do the readathon thing. I was going to check to see what I've ticked off. Didn't do that.
Yeah, I didn't check
either.
That sounds good. And honestly, you can even have one book for all the prompts. If you manage to find one book for all the prompts, you're a winner. Honestly.
Let me get the bingo board back up whilst we're chatting because otherwise I'll forget.
You did get by food though, Hannah. So I think if anything, it was going to be food.
And it's so easily done, honestly. Right. I'm only 30 pages in, and I was worried at first that it was too highbrow, but I found it quick enough to get into. I don't think highbrow is the word I'd use to describe it.
It's trying to be pretentious and not really understanding what pretentious means.
I think it is pretentious, but I don't think pretentious and highbrow have to mean the same thing.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. It's not really highbrow. It's pretentious for the sake of being pretentious.
I think I'm being offended every time you say pretentious, but I also think that I don't mind a pretentious.
You like a pretentious book.
I was going to say, you love a pretentious book. Same. I also love a pretentious book.
Like, it's really interesting. But I feel like something is wrong with that. Like, I shouldn't, but also I do. So I don't know.
Well, I don't see why. You're allowed to enjoy it. I have an adversity to it because it just kind of reminds me of when people write stuff in a particular way to gatekeep information. And I have a real issue with that. And especially because of like the industry that I work in, people will use big vocabulary to gatekeep, intentionally to keep people out of the industry. Oh, you didn't understand that? Well, you're obviously not one of us. And so I have a real issue with that. Dark academia is all about elitism, right? So having Atlas 6 having that in it made sense. I just didn't care. It wasn't just that it was pretentious. I thought it was poorly written pretense. And I just thought, that's why I wouldn't describe it as highbrow, because if you actually broke down what it is that's happening, it's a bunch of teenagers squabbling.
I haven't read the Atlas.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I do intend to.
I think you'll enjoy it.
The only thing that's put me off it is I find it really hard to read books that have the names of people that I have in my real life.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the characters is the name of one of my best friends. Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I don't typically read books like that. Sometimes, that might also help as well. One of the books that's in the giveaway for Gothtober, which if you haven't done the scavenger hunt, you absolutely should, because we're calling people out, like doing the reveal on Saturday during the summer party, is Teapollo Blue, which is a classically pretentious highbrow book. And it is highbrow pretense as opposed to just pretentious, because the main character thinks that because he knows a whole bunch of stuff, he's better than everyone. And it is just a classic Greek decline into tragedy where his life falls apart because knowing something is not the same as understanding something. And it's really interesting. But I think you'd really like it if you like pretentious books, which you do. But it's also quite an easy, like it's a very quick read, I thought.
See, I want that book because it's fucking beautiful on the naked hardcover. Having seen the naked hardcover, that's the reason I entered, Hannah. I'm not going to lie, because I am an aesthetic bitch. I'm not. I wish to be an aesthetic bitch. Celine is the aesthetic bitch here, but I just mean I like aesthetic stuff.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling me out today, guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so Celine's pretentious but aesthetic.
No, that's the difference. Celine's not pretentious; she's aesthetic.
Aesthetic, yeah.
That is true. Yes, that is true.
I cannot get angry at people because those are 7 other people that read the book. Yeah. A 24-hour sprint would be intense. I love the idea, but I can't be. Yeah, I would fall asleep. The moment someone's like, "We're doing midnight sprints," I'm like, "Okay, great, can't wait." Will immediately fall asleep. I have to watch the Lord of the Rings movies and been putting it off because I'm afraid I won't love it. You don't have to. You don't have to love it like everyone else does. You can either appreciate it or just be like, well, that happened. That exists.
You really don't need to love them. Like, there are enough people in the world that if you don't like Lord of the Rings, it really won't affect anything. No. And like the thing is, it isn't for everyone at all. And like the movies, you can love the movies and hate the books, and I would totally get it. 100% totally get it. And I think some people take like specifically Tolkien fandom. It is very toxic, and there are very problematic things within the books and the movies. As a very big fan, I will be the first to say there is some shit in those books that are not okay. Again, they're very much a product of a white man in the 30s when he was writing The Hobbit and stuff. You can fucking tell because there are things in there that are not okay. Like, there is a lot of racism that is very easily spottable. And like, he's not good at writing women, so there's a little bit of misogyny in there too, sprinkled in for the fun. So I totally think it's fair not to enjoy them. And well, thank you for coming to my TED talk.
Yeah. It's nice when someone else gets on their soapbox, so I don't have to. 100% they have pictureless users, yeah.
So one of them was called like Anonymous Fanboy. Immediately I was like, wow, big brave boy, like coming here saying anonymous, like, wow. And the other one was Finrod Felagond, which is a character from Silmarillion. So it was like, I
still find that really funny. The books are about squirrels.
No.
Yeah, dense rather. Yeah, I think dense is fair.
Do I?
No, I think you look.
I don't know why that made me laugh so much.
I don't know. I don't think so. But maybe.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm intrigued about that gatekeeping thing. You got there in the end.
I think it's fascinating that people gatekeep anything. Because it's like, did you make the rules? Like, who made you the boss of this thing? Why are you gatekeeping this thing? Why?
Yeah, I don't get it. But then I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't gatekeep shit. Like, I'm hosting next year, I'm doing a Sims-based readathon, and all the graphics and stuff are going to be shared on my Discord. But I'm doing a YouTube video about it because I was like, I need to do something to kind of explain how it's going to work. But I'm going to make that public. Not because I'm like, well, it's going to draw more people to the Discord, but more because I'm like, well, I might as well tell people about it. I'm not going to hide the entire thing because I'm rubbish at keeping secrets. Can't do it. Unless it's other people's secrets, that's different. Good.
I loved to, yeah.
You will find problems in the movies, but the movies are great on their own, and it's like an introduction to Middle Earth. Do it. And yeah, Sim Space, and I've seen some of these graphics, and they are top tier. Like, I didn't get the reaction. She didn't get the reaction from me when I first saw them because I'm like, give me the prompts. Like, that's what I'm interested in. But also, the graphics are pretty incredible.
I'm just gonna really quickly. I might be able to share it on the same tab. I'll open up my camera and I'll show you some of the graphics I've been working on because it shouldn't give away too much about what the prompts and stuff are going to be, but just so that you can just generally see how intense I've been about this. Okay, for some reason it won't let me. Okay, one sec. I need to stop sharing the one that I was sharing. And share again. So basically, your sim will grow up every time you hit a certain prompt, and you've got to do different things depending on the prompts. But I've even done like their wants and things versus their needs. Yeah, and I've been making all these graphics because I'm a lot.
You did a great job, though.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm really excited about it because the idea is that it's going to be a year long, so you can pick one character and just run with that. So like if you decide to start an adult, you can just make a TBR for the year of just the adult, or you can make your character grow up. You can do it kind of however you want to, really, which is quite exciting. But yeah, so that's how I've been spending all of my spare time. I'm still bitter about the Sims thing being on Discord. Get Discord then. Jump on the Discord. Next to Stardew Valley. I will put you in my booktuber Sims world. I love that. Sims is junk food for me too. I love, like, if I'm not really paying attention to something, if I've got like a long video on in the background, like Critical Role or a film or something, playing Sims at the same time is just amazing. Molly's already there, apparently. Already in the Sims world.
Huh?
So they said that they're going to put me in their booktuber Sims world. Apparently you're already in there.
Oh, love that for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I really want to buy new expansions, but I don't like to invest in. No, that's fair. Apparently, like the most recent one is now free on Stream, which is quite cool. Or Steam, not Stream.
Yeah, they're making the base game, I think, free to play, but like you still have to buy the expansions, I believe. And like that's how they're doing it, because I know that they've sort of announced Sims 5 as being more like cooperative and like visiting each other's worlds. So I think it's kind of like a trial and error to see how the free play goes. Because like they're still gonna make fucking thousands from just the expansion packs alone. Like they're 40 quid for a freaking like, oh yeah, let's just have like a toddler day. Like, why do I need like, a potty? Like, I don't understand what is this adding to the game. And I get other people think differently, but they are the expansion packs particularly piss me off because they're always so expensive.
Yeah. We need to sit down and I can show you how to use it, because it really overwhelmed me too to begin with, but it's just about how you use it.
Too. Like,
yeah, at the beginning it is very confusing. There's so many stuff they can do with it. So
yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, so base game's free now. Yeah, because loads of people already paid for it. Loads of people get a baby update. The free kit pissed me off. Amazing. I've swapped the timer that we were listening to for the rustly one.
cool.
So we get leaves are rustling for the next lot. I hope that's
leaves are rustling.
Leaves are rustling.
Well, I have. Hold up. 34 pages left of my book.
Oh, watch as you steam through those.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I am, to be fair.
Good.
It's a duology as well, so it's not like over either when I finish.
Ooh, she gets to enjoy a bit more.
But I tell you what will be painful, waiting to enjoy it, because I don't own it.
Fair enough. Well, Christmas is round the corner. You never know.
I will end up buying it for myself before Christmas.
Yeah, I figured.
That's the worst thing about duologies. That's one thing I can't wait out for, because I'm like, it's just one more book. Like, it's one more book and then by the end.
That's fair. Cool. Right. Well, I'm going to press play and I will see you guys in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Molly's gone to go and sort out tea, but she'll join in on the next sprint.
Okay. He sounds like a really good idea, actually.
Mm-hmm. Well, Liz has just come down and snuffed some more food.
I did. I was feeling snacky, so I just ate the leftover pasta bake, and it was glorious.
That's fair.
Also, it looks like it's 10 o'clock at night here, in my room.
It really does. It's super late, except it isn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm now the other side of halfway, but I'm still only halfway. So, to be fair, I got distracted in that chapter because something really saucy happened, and I had to text Kelly about it because Kelly is the one who recommended the book to me in the first place. So I had to be like, "Have you read this? Did you know what happens?" But she hasn't read it yet. How'd you guys get on?
I finished the book, so I'm very happy about that. And still 5 stars. I really liked it.
That's awesome.
I cannot wait. There's a third coming up, and I cannot wait. It's going to be as spooky and cute, I hope. But yeah,
I love that for you.
I started my ebook, which is very short. I think it's 130 pages, something like that.
Nice. So are you gonna finish 3 books today? Is that what you're telling me? Because you'll finish that one easy.
No, I've only read one, so it's going to be the second one. I'm just going to finish 2, I think.
That's fair. That's fair. And how's your book coming along, Lizzie?
I haven't read any more.
We were just chilling and eating.
I was eating and watching more haunted videos.
That's fair. That's fair.
And the bell scared the shit out of me because it was like a really quiet moment. They're currently in a haunted warehouse where some another group comes in in a really creepy way, and then there was an explosion, and I'm pretty sure they just blew up a fruit or something, how kids do in America apparently. But it was really quiet, and then the explosion went off, and it was really, really quiet. They were like, "Holy shit!" And then the bell went off, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm on sprints." I forgot. That's what I was doing.
That's fair. That's fair. Love the leaves. I'm pleased. I'm gonna go on a walk and listen to a Curse podcast. Love that. I'm back. I managed to read a whole 13 pages. Love that for you. I had some stuff sent over to a friend, but got 23 pages done. Oh, look at you for timing. Look at that. I'm going to have some dinner. Thank you for the experience. You're so welcome. I will still be here. I will still be here. How am I now reading up? Yeah. So is that... It wasn't 2 months ago, was it? Was it for September? I feel like it was...
No, I think it was this summer.
Because I know that it was postponed because I was going to my brother's wedding. So I think it was meant to be the last 2 weeks of August. We were supposed to read these Hollow Vows. I'd be really interested to know what you think. I didn't love it, but I think if anyone really enjoys ACOTAR and wants something that feels the same, I would recommend these Hollow Vows. It is the closest I have found that is almost the same. It was in August. Yeah, it was in August. Before Lizzie's readathon. Yeah, I finished it after though, to be fair. I read it in September. I started it in August, but I finished it in September. So you're not actually that far behind me. And actually, this is the first buddy read I've ever done where someone has been a slower reader than I am. It never happens. Because there was 5 of us buddy reading Babel. I'm 30 pages in. Everyone else has finished it.
I haven't finished it yet.
Oh, yeah, don't worry.
Fine. It happens.
On the way.
No, I'm only 173 pages in. I haven't picked it up since.
Okay, but you're still further ahead than me by quite a margin. That's still quite a margin.
Blech.
It's going to take me months to catch up. Sorry, just a bunch of people walking past with some really big sticks. I might make Hannah and Lizzie... Oh, why not? Why not?
That's cute. That's very cute.
I hope you like it. I've actually bought the second one because I think it's a duology. I've already bought the second one on the off chance that I'll like it. I gave the first one 3.5 stars. Like I said, it wasn't my favorite, but I think you'll really like it because of the way the story's written. Hey everyone, I'm reading The Sacrifice by Rinja Pecco. Well, welcome. I hope you're going to enjoy it.
I love the title.
Yeah, I need to pick up some Brinch Pecco because I keep seeing really different opinions on it. Some people love them and some people really don't. So I need to read it, make my own mind up.
I'm going to check it on Goodreads. I like the cover. Very creepy.
That's fair. Also, I had a look at the Book Wanderers bingo board, and I then shared it in the Book Wanderers Discord because out of however many it is, 16, 25?
You're doing more for my book club than I do.
Yeah. Out of the 24 prompts, there are only 6 that I have not done.
You're doing pretty damn good.
Right? And it's not, I've doubled up on quite a few of them, but enough of the books that I've read tick off those prompts. So the only ones I haven't done are Overhyped Book, Not Sure I Will Like Anymore, Friends Pick, Underhyped Book, Never Finished, and an ebook.
You will manage to have those before the end because it's like until the end of the year. So like you will manage for sure to.
Yeah, I've got another month to tick off 6. I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine.
For the bingo, I think I have like 2 books, not even. I think I've read 1 or 2 books. I'm doing not good at all. Very bad, actually.
Yeah. So, no, I was very proud of myself.
Oh, you can be. You really can be.
That's fair. I've done that so many times where I'm like, sorry, you're talking and I'm concentrating. Mute. But well done on 39 pages. Congrats. Lizzie, do you want to just go and have a nap? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Just my computer is really like struggling and I don't know why.
Is it because you've got too many video tabs open, maybe?
This is a small amount of tabs open than usual.
Then I don't know.
Many dear.
I'm really enjoying the curve, like the curl of the fringe coming around. Okay, well, I can throw us into another sprint then if you want to finish your ghosty watches and start your ebook.
Yeah.
Want to do that? Cool. Okie dokie. Well,
I might even get some reading done, to be honest, because I think my ghosty video is about another half an hour, so I might even get like 15 minutes of reading. That's
Oh, treat yourself. For academia, I'll be reading Otto Cotter and the Master of Monsters because it has fighting. I love that. Yeah. Training montages. Cool. Enjoy. I'll see you guys in 45.
Yeah. Hello.
Oh. Oh my god, she's doing it. She's actually finishing her chapter.
Mm-hmm. I think she is.
I do not blame her. I could have also done that, but my chapter's got quite a few more pages left.
Yeah, I just started a new one, so I'm not going to do that. We'll be here like for another 15 minutes at least.
I had like 2 paragraphs of like, it's just silly.
I'm proud of you.
Thanks. But it was literally like, if I show you, it was so little. I was here.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Yeah, but you did that on the other chapter and you still didn't finish it.
No, the other one, it was a full page and a half.
Oh, okay.
So whereas this one was like 2 chapters, I was like, no. But it's baby steps. Thank you.
Proud of you regardless.
Thanks. But I'm 40 pages. I've got about 100 pages left to go.
Me too. We'll be able to finish the book at the same time.
Yeah. But it's not as steamy as I was promised. It was almost steamy. And then like I find it so fucking frustrating. It's in every romance where they get a bit hot and heavy, and then the next chapter, something awful happens to break them up. And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
That is
Every time. But I did manage 40 pages, so that's something. How did you guys get on?
57 pages, I think, for me.
Nice.
Yeah. Very happy.
I watched the rest of my video, and then I had 10 minutes of sprint left, and I read 20 pages.
Is it still creepy?
You did good. Really good.
Yeah, they met something that was not particularly pleasant.
Was it the bus, or was it something else?
No, the bus has already happened. It's something else.
Interesting. Let's see how people did. Did you edit? Let me know. Back from my nap, I need to discover I missed Rings of Power Talk. I have criticism, but overall I had a lot of fun watching it, and I will keep watching. That's fair. I'm off to eat dinner. Hope you enjoy. Sending cozy vibes. Back at like 50 pages in. I need to make myself dinner in a bit. I hope we can get some reading done in the next sprint. That's fair. I mean, you've read quite a bit today, to be fair. 29 pages. Hi guys, just joined. Now reading the sprint, but finished The Drowning Kind by Jennifer McCohen. I really recommend it. So good and creepy ghost. We love a creepy ghost story. We do love. Just gonna remove Girls 18 Online. Don't need that. Again. It's the third one. I've blocked 3 today. Insane. I did my Gothtober week vlog. Love that. And had dinner. It is dinner time, to be fair.
I need to get on that on the next
one.
What did you have?
I had beef steak pie
with
veg and gravy. It was very nice.
Sounds delicious.
While I was eating it, I overheard you talking about prompts, so I asked Hannah what you were talking about. And then she sent me the bingo board. So this sprint, when I came back, I've been doing that.
Nice.
And eating Skittles.
Have you ticked off a few prompts?
I've ticked off a lot, actually. I've left myself some. But yeah, there's just one. I think I'm going to struggle with short story collection, but
that's fair. I mean, to be fair, I feel like you could just reread Katie Roberts and that would count.
That is true. There's a short story collection. It's not just a short story. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I feel like if you've got more than one, that is a collection.
Yeah.
It count.
A Court of the Vampire Queen are technically 3 short stories in one, even though it's all together. So
it counts as well. It definitely counts.
That's fair.
I'll have to read that.
Well, I am enjoying this, but I keep fluctuating with whether I love it or it's just casually entertaining. Every time it like almost gets steamy, I'm like, and then it doesn't. I'm like,
Maybe it will.
I will need to update the vlog in the next sprint.
You still have 100 pages to go before it gets steamy, so maybe it will. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Question.
Maybe.
The middle square that's just a book, is that supposed to be a free space or do I just leave it?
It's a free space.
Oh, so I can read another book and just put it there?
You can, you for sure.
Love that for me. Okay. I take bingo boards very seriously.
I can see that. I love it.
Got another fan of Court of the Vampire Queen here.
That's only because George bought it for me.
There we go. That'll be it. I've got mine upstairs. I just haven't read it yet. And technically, it's Waypoint stock. It's not on my own TBR yet. So
all you need to do is go like this off the shelf, and then it's on your own TBR.
No, I have to read and unhaul one of my oldest books before I can move a new book onto my shelf.
So you know how Hannah said reading isn't a hostage situation? She's managed to make her reading into a hostage situation. If she wants to add new books to her TBR, she's made it competitive. And I don't like, and only to herself. She's only competitive.
I don't think it's a hostage situation because I can move new books onto my own TBR if I unhaul a whole bunch that I don't want to read.
Mm-hmm.
So how's that a hostage situation? It's a negotiation, if anything.
That's true. Okay. Yeah.
And it's because I've got so many secondhand books or books that I've had for longer than 3 years or just books that I've bought from charity shops or want to reread that they take up an entire IKEA shelf. So there's no point moving new stuff onto my shelf until I've read them. And I do have new books. I have books that I've bought previously that I've moved on or have been gifted to me because they move on automatically. And that's fine. So again, it's not like my TBR for next month only has 3 TBR vets on it. That's it. The rest are all new books. So it's not a problem. I'm a problem because I'm a lot, but the reading situation is not a problem.
You're not a problem.
You're not a problem.
Stop that. Yes. And Lucy's like, I fucking live with that.
Yes, she does.
It's like when we were discussing, Celine moving in. I said, but real talk, where is her books going to go when she moves in? Like, I had to be like, no, but genuinely. And then Hannah was like, well, actually, we do this. I was like, okay, fair play. You actually have thought about it.
Yeah, of course I have.
Like, I wouldn't be able to bring all of my books. There is no way.
You'd fit them in easily because I've got so much space upstairs in my room that I could put a bookshelf in my room.
I don't necessarily on about in yours.
Well, it is a little bit. Most of the stuff downstairs is mine.
Because have you seen my shelves in the living room? I have like 5 full shelves of books.
That makes me so jealous.
I have a buying problem, so like, do not be jealous.
I do as well. Trust me. Preach it to the choir.
But I don't think everything would fit. Like, it's a lot.
Yeah, bring your books and put them in my room. I'll take them off your hands. Well done on 30 pages. We love a creepy book. Love that for you. Yeah. Well, it's partly for content and it's partly to keep things entertaining for myself. So I was finding filming wrap-ups really tedious because I was just reading a lot. And I was like, it's just book after book after book. Whereas, and also because I just read them, I was like, I'd been telling everyone about them anyway. So doing the potluck thing, I was like, I've made this more complicated for myself because I have to do it to a timer. But also, I have to try and remember a book that I read 6 months ago. So it adds a level of something just to keep me entertained. Not yet. We're working on it. We're trying to convince Celine that living with us will be better.
I'm really working on it. Like every time she sees me, she's like, "But what if?"
Just consider it,
And I mean, I'm struggling to have a job here anyway, so.
But it's like warmer and nicer where Celine lives as opposed to Banbury.
That is very true. But also, you're very close to London and Oxford, so
Yeah.
You know.
Swings and roundabouts.
Mm-hmm.
So no, that's fair. But yeah, no, any time moving or holidays or anything like that comes up, I'm like, yeah, Celine, you should move in.
Yeah, exactly.
Because why not?
I'll cave in at some point.
That's my hope.
We have to open a bookstore though if I do move in at some point. Like it's the goal. It would be the goal.
For sure. Here for it.
I love that.
Yeah. I really want, and I've talked about this before, I really, really want to have like a members only club, but the thing is, rather than it being like a saucy club, it's
It's like you saw my face and was like, no,
it's not a sex thing, it's a book thing. So if you're like, because I don't like, I know for a fact that all of us have had terrible sleep schedules before, and like you ever like it's 1 o'clock in the morning, you want to go to like the library just for the library atmosphere, but it's closed because it's a fucking weekday and 1 o'clock in the morning. That's when we'd be open, and we'd have like cocktails and coffees and like cakes and stuff, and you just sit there and hang out and read all day. Beautiful.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's what I want. That is the business I want to run. And there are some really nice properties in Banbury. Like when Lizzie and I wandered through town, we were like, it would be so perfect if we had it here. I don't have £100,000 to do that yet. One day.
Maybe well, in this economy, the price might go down. You never know.
Yeah. I've got to buy a house first. Can't even afford to do that yet. But never mind. We'll get there. Okay. So I just saw your text, Molly. I'll do that.
Fine. I literally just said
it. So wait. This one. I love how you said, but it's a weekday, as though libraries are regularly open at 1 a.m. on the week. Yeah? Is that?
They are at unis.
Yeah, they are at uni.
Like, I think especially exam season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've certainly done my fair share of early AM library sessions.
Yeah. I used to I think that's kind of it. And also at the uni that I was at, the library was called the Crypt because it was under the church. So it was like extra Gothic. And the building that I was taught Gothic fiction in was built by Horace Walpole, who invented Gothic fiction. So like it was just a goth girl's dream, honestly, to be studying in the Crypt at night. I loved it. Oh, Celine Amena text you, just so you know.
I know, but like it's been over an hour. I keep seeing my phone, like the light going on and off. Like it's too far away from me. I'm way too lazy just to go to the phone. You have to wait until I actually get up to make food.
Sorry, I'm really bothered by the term nappy night. That really bothers me.
Like any other word you could have used there, Georgia, but no, I appreciate you going ham on that.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
I was like,
yeah, I've never
children, heard that. Lol.
I've never heard that like for nightclubs. What is
see, if Ali was here, she would read Nappy Night and think like a nap. Because where she is, they don't say nappy as in like a diaper. They say nap. She refers to a nappy as like a nap. That's what they're called. I've never heard of a nappy night in my life.
Oh no, we just call it. It's usually under 15s. Because I used to get really annoyed that our local nightclub, it was under 15s and then over 18s. And so if you were in that middle age bracket, you just went down the coastal park and got drunk like everyone else. Yeah. Like you didn't worry about it. But I love they're called nappy nights. That's hilarious. That's very funny.
Because that really bothers me.
You can actually visit that building, by the way. It's called Strawberry Hill. You can visit it in the UK.
That's a cute name.
I'm pretty sure Thunder and Lightning has just started.
Yeah,
because I saw a lightning flash, and I don't know if you saw my entire face go. I'm like, excuse me, that's rude. There's not even fucking raining yet.
It is pissing it down. It's pissing it down.
Not this side, not from my fucking window, eh?
Not this side. On the conservatory, it's pissing it down. I heard that, and I heard the thunder, but your face kicked off around the same time we were talking about nappy nights, so I just assumed it was that. That name is a nope.
It might now have literally just started raining my side of the house.
Yeah, it's got to work.
I can now hear it.
But it is really loud. It's making me need the bathroom. It's that loud.
Oh.
No, but that was really fucking weird because I was like, it's not even raining. And you were like, it's this, that. I was like, what? No, because it genuinely fucking isn't this side. And now it is.
It just had to work its way over. Which means it's coming from that direction.
I saw the lightning from that way, though. From my side of the house.
Well, that's because that's where your window is.
Weird.
How bizarre.
Oh, now I'm reading a scary book. And now there's thunder and lightning. I'm going to die.
Why don't you just come and sit downstairs? Just come and sit downstairs.
No, I've got like literally I'm locked into my bed at the moment.
But look, Hannah is downstairs. If someone has to come and kill you, she will die first. You will know.
Oh, it's like really raining. Holy shit.
Yeah, I told you, it's pissing it down.
No, it's just the wind has like pushed the rain like through the like street lights, and it's like properly like looks like proper weird.
It proper looks like proper weird.
It's proper through the street lights.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Lizzie.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, she's acting all tough, but no.
I get scared at fucking everything. Like, I don't know why people think I'm hard. Like, honestly.
Because you say things like, it's proper raining outside, isn't it?
Shut the fuck up, mate. No, I'm genuinely a wimp. I get scared at everything.
I don't know why people think I'm hard. I don't get it.
Also, I'm under 5 foot tall. Like, I would like...
You're small. You're a small thing. Yes.
Yeah, you are. Genuinely, I remember when I first met Lizzie. Lizzie was across the road. I got out of my car thinking, oh, she just looks little because she's far away. And then as she got closer, she didn't get any bigger.
She's quite small.
And I genuinely, I saw her and was like, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. You're so small.
Oh, yeah.
Immediately.
How tall are you? In comparison?
I'm a foot taller, almost exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
How tall are you, Lizzie?
I'm 4'7.5",
and I'm 5'6". Genuinely, like it really tickles me because when I'm sat in my office chair, Lizzie is the same height as me.
You would make me feel tall. I'm 5'4".
I make most people feel tall, to be fair.
Yeah.
But careful though, she might be short, but she's feisty. She'll
No shit.
She's hard.
I am a bit like a little dog, though. Like my bark is a lot worse than my bite, but like if you fuck me off, I will punch you, you know, kind of thing. Yeah. That is correct.
Angie. Small Angie energy. Also, I don't know, because I've not read that book yet, but I appreciate the reference nonetheless.
It's not very good.
I think the reason I found it so funny that you spoke that way is because Lizzie sounds like me. We don't really generally talk like that, but every now and then you'll catch us and we'll just slide straight into that vernacular.
To be fair, sometimes you'll catch us and we'll be speaking in a stupid accent at each other too, like, so I don't know.
Like every now and then we'll just be talking in an Australian accent for no reason. There's no reason. One of us started it. We didn't mean to, but now this is how we live. So, yeah. Anyway, that rain is really loud. I'm really enjoying it.
I cannot hear anything, and it's sad. I wish I could.
It's now less intense this side of the house again. I feel like...
Oh, that'd be the window. It would just be like passing over and stuff. It'll come in waves.
I don't like that.
I love the rain. It's really nice because my room's right underneath the roof, so it's really atmospheric when it rains in my room. It's lovely. Mm-hmm. But I do need to pee, so I'm going to chuck us in another sprint so I can go to the bathroom.
Then.
Go sort your dinner, Celine, and I'll see you in a bit. Hey. I've got about, I'll drop it for a moment. I've got about 40 pages to go. Nice. Which is exciting. How about you?
I read 99 pages. And like it's getting to the kind of like not putting downable phase. Like it's getting very creepy.
Very creepy.
But Doctor Who is gonna be in like half an hour, so I'm probably gonna watch that.
Okay. What about you, Molly?
I actually read the whole of this. The Prince and the Dressmaker. It was cute. I'm giving it 4 stars though because it didn't quite hit me like Heartstopper did, but it was still so cute and impactful. So I really did enjoy it.
That's cute. Cool. Emma wrote 14 pages with 20 minutes to go, but she's going to make dinner before Doctor Who because their neighbour is being distracting, which is just rude. I'm sorry you had a little cry. Is it like just like an evening thing? Is it just a mood thing? What's going on? Talk to us. Doing a little task in the next sprints. I'm just going to finish my chapter. And, oh my god, 99 pages. Love that for you. Just read 25, now finally more than halfway through the book. But I think I'm going to sign off because I hate Thunder and Lightning and want to play some Stardew Valley. That's valid. That is absolutely valid. I did notice a couple of times when the thunder got really loud how often Lizzie was looking at the window, and you'd be sat there and you'd just go.
It's just because my whole window rattles. That was more of why I kept on looking, because it would be like, yeah, window rattle, and I thought, oh shit, don't break.
And Celine's back.
You're muted, honey, just so you know.
I've unmuted, there we go.
I'm sorry again. I was just eating. I'm sorry. I'm back.
No worries. Emma did not have dinner yet. Graham wanted a house or something. But I need to regenerate my... That's fair. Well, we're going to move at the start of 2023 because my dad has a new job, so it's just kind of stressful letting go. That is absolutely fair. I think moving house, and like I know they say that like buying a house is the most stressful thing you can do, but moving house is really, really hard, not just because of the sheer amount of packing, but because of all the emotional attachments to stuff. Like it's not something that can be done lightly. So
especially when you're moving to a new area, it's not fun.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. Yeah.
Me and Hannah both know all about that.
Yeah. You're punning, and we're trying to be talking about serious things. No, I think moving house is really, really hard, and it never gets easier. I've moved into so many properties, and it still sucks every time. But once you get settled and you get into a rhythm, it's a lot easier. But it's the process of getting there. I do appreciate that. So be gentle with yourself. It's okay. But these two just did some stuff in a really disgusting place, and I don't know how to feel about it. Just thought I'd mention that.
This is what I mentioned that.
Who's your favourite Doctor, Lizzie?
Everyone's fucking favourite Doctor. David Tennant is the best.
Oh, you're a basic bitch. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm a basic bitch who loves David Tennant as the Doctor.
See, I love Matt
He
Smith.
goes David Tennant. Matt Smith was okay, but he really his writing, like the writers really screwed over Matt Smith, because the actual episodes were really shit, but as a Doctor, Matt Smith was pretty good. And I have the same feeling with Peter Capaldi. And like again, Jodie Whittaker is fantastic, but the writing hasn't been very great. The Doctor saying "fam" and "lads," no, I don't need that. And how dare you make the Doctor a female who is into women and then don't explore it until she's about to die? How dare you do that?
That's a bit queer, baity. That's a bit queer, baity. Awesome. So I'm officially halfway through. That's exciting. Yeah, I don't think it matters how many times you move. I think it's always going to be brutal. It's always going to be brutal.
I've moved so many times in my life. Like, me and my dad have moved so many times, and I hate it every time. You think it would get easier, it doesn't. I hate to say that, but it doesn't.
You have the packing thing going on, like that is covered, but it's still stressful anyway. And mentally, it's draining.
That's so funny. Yeah, we all get it. I can't wait for. Okay, interesting. There was one episode in particular that was the like, "Are you my mummy?" one.
The empty child. Yeah, that one's terrifying.
Couldn't do it. But like, that's the thing that my mum always says, is that she used to love it as a kid because it was terrifying, and now as an adult she's like, but it's not scary anymore. It used to be scary. But then, to be fair, my mum is also the person who the books that she's recommended to me were like Rebecca and The Flowers in the Attic, where it's just neglect and trauma and incest.
Well, the Blink was very scary. Sorry, I just looked at Emma's comment. But they were told after like a couple of the David Tennant episodes, there was loads of complaints into the BBC. So when Matt Smith came into the fold, they basically made it into a silly kid sci-fi show instead of the kind of like, yeah, we're still technically a kid's show and like we're kind of dark. But they got so many complaints that they completely dumbed it down. Like a T-Rex in London.
Ooh, scary.
The moon's an egg. Oh, okay.
The moon's an egg. I do feel like if you have to explain a show in a sentence or an episode from a show in a sentence and it's comical, it can't, like, it's not scary. Like, there are episodes of Supernatural where I'm like, if I was to explain this in a sentence, it would be scary. And others where I'm like, this is just stupid. But I loved it. Yeah. Every time I see emotional damage, I think of that TikTok sound.
Emotional damage.
Yeah. So good. Yeah. That's fair. I don't watch a lot of television anymore, and I watch even less on BBC now. Like, of TV that I do watch, BBC doesn't even rank top one places I watch stuff.
BBC has awful TV nowadays.
Yeah.
I used
Probably
to
because
watch
people aren't watching it.
But talking about things that used to make me cry, the Torchwood, where it like ended, like Children of Earth was a terrible series. But if you didn't cry at Yanto Jones, were you even human? That destroyed me when he died.
That's funny. Fair. Yeah.
But I didn't like Clara because they made Clara like the main focus of like every single episode, and I just did not care about her as a companion at all. She was so bland and meh, and they made everything about her that I just lost interest so much. And there was one episode, and it was the fucking moon episode, where the Doctor fucks off the entire episode, and it's just Clara and some kids trying to figure out what was going on with the moon. And the Doctor was like, well, it's your moon, so you sort it out. And he fucks off. It's like, no. I'm here watching Doctor Who, not fucking Clara Oswald show. Get your ass back here.
The Clara Oswald show. Back here. The thing I found really bizarre about it is I thought it was the acting. I thought her acting I really didn't like, but I've seen her in other things since, and there's nothing wrong with her acting. It was just the way it was edited together. Huh?
Who is it that plays her?
I can't remember her name.
I've not watched Doctor Who in ages, so
I don't remember her name, but she is quite like she's in quite a lot of stuff now.
Jenna Coleman.
Right, yeah.
So things that she's been in since then, like she's been in loads since then, but Victoria was the thing that I watched. She's in Me Before You, which I thought she was really good in, considering she's not in it for very long. What else have I seen her in? Inside Number 9, I think, and The Serpent. She was amazing in The Serpent. But I was just like, I was so convinced that she was a terrible actress, and I felt really bad because like her acting, there was nothing wrong with it. It was all editing and the writing of it. I'm just gonna let the cat into the kitchen one sec.
I just really didn't like her. Like, I just didn't like her.
But that's what I'm saying. And I find that like sometimes there are like women characters that are given such the shit end of the stick, and it means that like there was someone that we were talking about this the other day. There was like a female character in something that I absolutely hated, and I was like, am I a misogynist? And it's not. It's just that it's terrible writing. It's terrible writing.
I just found her really boring in comparison to literally every other companion they had, like previously, and I felt that she just was so. Like, they made her like be this really special and like big plot device, but she was shit. Like, there were certain moments when she did something interesting, and then they didn't even kill her off. Like, they killed her off, but then they decided that they weren't going to do that, and they saved her. And I'm like, why? Just let her die. No one was sad about it. No one cared.
No one cared. Yeah, I miss the Donnas of the companion vibe. She was great. But anywhoozle, are you going to read the next sprint, Lizzie, or are you just bouncing?
I think I'm going to bounce. Like, I might just, I'll bounce and then I'll come back if you're still going.
Well, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be, because I reckon maybe 2 sprints and I'll get this done.
Fair. Well, that's okay. I think the episode's an hour and a half, so I'll just bounce. But I am also 100 pages from the end, so I'm going to finish this before I go to sleep. And have to probably watch something really not scary afterwards, because this is horrible. This is actually horrifying. Every time I read a little bit more, I'm like, oh my god, this is genuinely like nightmare fuel.
That's fair.
So,
Molly, did you say you were going to bounce as well?
Yeah, just because I think I'm literally just going to sit and read this.
We've got
that's a very cute graphic novel. I love that graphic novel.
Hannah bought me this for my birthday, so.
No,
it's cute.
But yeah, I'm just gonna read this and then go to bed, because obviously I've got to get up really early. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you'd really like it. Thank you.
But no, if you're still going, afterwards I'll jump back on. But if not, then I will.
I mean, it's fine, because if you don't jump back on, I'll just come and scare the shit out of you upstairs. So.
The worst thing about this is I know you 100% will.
Do you know what? It's so funny, because I don't mean to scare Lizzie. Sometimes I'll just be in the room and it'll freak her out.
I know what Hannah's like. She'll wait until you're watching that really non-scary thing and then do it. She's like, yeah.
The thing is, I can be doing something really like emptying the dishwasher, and then Hannah will start walking towards me, and the reason it will freak me out is because she walks towards me with such purpose.
I'm just walking, right? It's not that I'm not doing anything to Lizzie. Like, it would be like I need a glass or something, which is like behind Lizzie, so I'm just coming at pace, right? And she gets so freaked out. But the other day, I came into the office that we share, that's going to be Celine's bedroom one day. Go into the office that we share, and Lizzie was like, huh! And I was like, you must have heard me coming up the stairs. You must have heard me coming. I wasn't exactly light of foot. Like, and she's like,
Hannah says this, but she creeps around. Like, she doesn't mean to creep around, but she's so light-footed. She, like, appears. It's like the other day, I heard her come down the stairs as I was in the dishwasher. I knew she was doing something weird. Did I still jump? Yes.
But Lizzie, you do the same.
Yeah.
You do it the exact same. Yes.
Yes.
You do. Like, I'm with on Discord or whatever, and all of a sudden you're there, you're behind. So you do it as well.
What she'll do is, it's really funny. She'll sit there, and all of a sudden, like, she'll be like in the corner of the room, and she'll just go.
Yeah, she'll do something really weird.
Why are you threatening me? But my favorite thing is that there isn't really we don't use the light that's on this top floor very often, and there isn't a light further up. So if I come downstairs at night, I don't have a light that I can turn on until I get to about here. So I just won't bother turning any lights on. I'll just work my way downstairs. But it means that when I go upstairs, I don't turn the light on either. And the sheer number of times I've been like in the corridor and then I've turned around to say something to Lizzie and Lizzie's like, I can't see you. You're in the dark. And I've just like crept out of the darkness or back into the darkness. You know. A booktuber's house is wild.
Yeah, I just love that.
You think TikTok houses are bad enough? Like, honestly, move in with a booktuber. We are creepy folk. Creepy folk. Wow. Anyway, right, well, I'll let you bounce then. And it was really nice to have you here, Molly.
It was really nice to be here. I'd love to return.
Please feel free. Feel free. Yeah. And Lizzie, you live here, so that's, you know.
Yeah, you can't get rid of me.
You live here, so.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't know if Lizzie's going to come back. She might come back, so.
Part of the furniture, eh?
Yeah, it was really funny when I was sorting out like the live shows and I was talking to Lizzie about it, and Lizzie was like, so I'm going to be on these ones, right? And I was like, I mean, you live here. I don't feel like I could say no without really upsetting our lifestyle anyway.
Even if you could say no, she could just easily just come and sit next to you and she would.
And she would. She would. She would just peer from like here. Just like
you would see like, yeah, you would see her face just like that.
Yeah. Just like that. Or she'd make lots of noise, because I've done that before where I was like sat chatting to someone here and her chair's just there. She would sit there and just shout over the laptop, and it's like, all right.
Are you doing any more this week?
So Olivia has sprints on Tish has sprints on Tuesday, Olivia has sprints on Thursday, we have the slumber party Saturday, and then I'm doing more sprints on Sunday.
What's the slumber party?
So the slumber party is where we're going to be doing like a mixture of reading sprints and games, and then we're going to reveal who has won the giveaway.
Wow.
And then we're going to do reading sprints on Sunday. Yeah, because I don't know if you know this, but Halloween's on a Monday this year.
Yeah, I know, gross.
Gross. So we're going to do our final event on the Saturday, sprints on the Sunday, where I try and just finish everything that I've started in prep for November. And then
I'm working 4 till 2 on Saturday, but then I'll be with you all evening, and then Sunday I don't work Sundays. Ugh.
Gross.
Not Sundays. Gross.
Not me.
Not me. But yeah.
Oh, I saw this earlier and I was meant to say, so over on Twitter, but you can also do it on Instagram or on the Discord if you're on the Discord, there is a scavenger hunt board, which is basically just like a 3x3 bingo board. You just need to find some books that match those prompts, let me know what they are, and enter the scavenger hunt using the hashtag, which is Final Girl Scavenger. And there's also the Final Girl Challenge is Instagram. So I
thought for a minute I might be in with a chance of winning it, because, you know, the more people know about it, the less chance I will have.
There are probably just enough people that have entered it that I could just send you all a book.
Love that.
So I need more people to enter it, please.
What's the Gothtober Instagram? Or is it not on a Gothtober?
It's just, you can share it on Instagram using that hashtag and I'll find it. But there isn't a Gothtober Instagram.
Oh, could you send me the board thing then, please? Kindly. Thank you.
I can do that. I will do that now.
Because I don't use Twitter anymore.
No, that's fair.
You sound like Bobby. What's her name? The girl from Stranger Things, the actress that we hate. Well, we don't hate the actress.
Nancy.
No. Oh my god, I forgot her name. No, the other character.
Max?
No.
Please tell me.
If you're talking about Robin, I'm going to slap you silly.
No, not Robin. With the psychic abilities.
11, Millie Bobby Brown.
Millie Bobby Brown. You sound like Millie Bobby Brown.
Do I?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you do.
I feel like you do it, at least. And that's a compliment.
I was going to say, because just then you said you can't stand her. So
when we did
11.
No, the character.
We recently. Celine rewatched the series because I hadn't watched it before, and we all found 11 in the first 2 series really irritating.
She's irritating all the way through. What are we talking about?
Yeah, no, for sure. But specifically, when we rewatched those series, it was that, and it was
Did
just.
You watch all of them?
I haven't seen season 4 yet.
I did.
I've watched the first episode. I'm trying to make it last because I love Eddie.
No, you don't want to watch series 4 because you've watched all of the Eddie bits and you realise it's not as big a part of the series as you thought it was. And because you spoiled yourself for all of Eddie's parts, you're now not going to watch the series. It's fine. I'll be here to kind of like tell everyone the truth.
Hannah, I love Eddie Munson so much. Like, I even want to get an Eddie Munson tattoo. That's how much I love
I bought the Stranger Things Vans. I spent over £100 on a pair of Vans because they're the Eddie Munson ones.
Yeah, that's true.
Lizzie's trying to show you her poster as well.
I love that. I really want
to be fair, Lizzie, I've had so many opportunities where we could have sat and watched it, and I chose to watch Critical Role instead because I don't want to watch it. I don't want it to end.
It's not going to end. Like, we have other seasons after this one.
No, we have one more season after this one.
Well,
and no one will admit that he's going to be in it. So, anyway, right. Leave. You guys were like saying goodbye like 5 minutes ago.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm not fucking staying where I'm not wanted. Oh, Abby. Remember when you were here, like, what, 7 or 8 hours ago?
Yeah, something like that.
Right, I'm going. Bye.
Yeah, me too.
Bye.
Love you guys.
Love you, bye.
Bye.
And then there were 2.
Yeah.
Bye.
Everyone is okay. Everyone is leaving.
No, I think that was them saying goodbye. I still haven't watched the last episode of season 1 of Young Royals because I'm not good at watching final episodes. That's fair. I really like that first episode of season 4, but I just haven't been in the mood to watch it, and I don't really want it to end. I don't want the Eddie because I know how it ends. I've seen the spoilers. I know what happens, so I'm just not thrilled about it. But
no, I can understand that. But you have to at some point because season 5 is coming.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, I'm going to throw us into a sprint because Lizzie, I can hear Lizzie clattering about upstairs and she's going to watch there. I don't know what she's dropping, but she's dropping heavy things. Thank you for popping in anyway. I'm going to chuck us in a sprint. I'm going to make some hot drinks and I will see you in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
So I thought I had 40 pages left. I didn't. I had 60 pages left, but I read 30 and I have 30 left.
I have 30 pages left.
Yeah, look at us go.
Great. We're doing really great.
I have no idea how I feel about this one. I have no idea. I'm gonna have to co-pilot because, like, it has the saucy in it. It has the intrigue. It has the romance. But it also has a lot of time wasting and inconsistencies. So, like, sometimes the characters will be like, "Oh, this person is this," and then the next chapter they'll be like, "I didn't know they did that." And it's like, "But you literally told me 2 chapters ago that they would do that."
Yeah. So. Yeah. I hate that.
How's your ebook going?
Same. I'm enjoying it because I'm just here for like the fluff, let's say that. But yeah, like it's a cozy mystery, some inconsistencies as well, but I'm not really mad at it. I'm not here for like the mystery per se. So
that's fair.
It's fine.
That's fair. That's fair. Let's see how others got on. Hello and welcome. No, you're not too late. There's going to be at least one more sprint, if not 2. So you've got time. I love that for you. Okay, so Outsiders is kind of any character where they are not super popular or they don't necessarily follow the mainstream. So 6 of Crows would count as Outsiders. The Bone Season would count as Outsiders. Red Riding, like anything where the main character is kind of on the outskirts, either physically or metaphorically. And as for survivor aesthetic, anything that's got barbed wire or camouflage or camping, anything like that. For the rest of things like Duolingo, made my bed, sending messages, check my emails. Good for you. Look, you've been an adult. I read 14 pages of a short story about the death of Jane Dark. Oh, okay. I did not read the sprint. I couldn't decide what to read or if I should paint, so I ended up scrolling the whole time. That's fair. That's fair. If I don't know exactly what I'm going to do going into a sprint, I just don't do it. Also, if you're, as you can now see,
I can see like a little ear. Yeah.
He keeps stretching, and his leg is right under my butt, and he wants to spread out across the whole thing. He wants to be, under the blanket. And he also wants me to leave him alone, but he's very soft, so I can't leave him alone. That's not allowed. But I also don't want to sit on your tail, bud, because that will hurt. Just trying to shuffle. But it's because he's cold, so he's trying to snuggle up to keep warm.
Yeah, he's also absolutely not moving. He's like, nah.
No.
Not gonna move. Not
gonna move.
That's so cute.
He's like, human, just let me snooze. Leave me alone.
Yeah, he's so cute.
He's so cute. I can't wait to get my own. Can't wait.
Soon, very soon, actually.
Yeah, in the new year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited. He's going to hate it. He's going to hate having 2 little kittens.
Well, he'll get used to them.
Oh, I'm sure he won't be aggressive towards them, I don't think. Like Lizzie said that he was fine with Percy. It will be that they will make a lot of noise and they'll be charging around. He will want his space. And I think he quite likes being the only cat in the house. I think he quite likes the fact that we fawn all over him and give him attention and feed him whenever he wants.
Child, for sure.
Yeah, I think he really likes being an only child. I will put a darker shade of managed for Outsiders. That's fair. I can't words. And have a cup of tea and cake. I love that for you. I love that for you.
Now. I don't have either, but I really much want both.
I had a hot chocolate, which I think counts because it's kind of both. But
I'll go make a tea on the next sprint for sure.
That's fine.
What time is
it? I did think about having a tea, but then I was like, I won't sleep if I do that. I mean, I'm usually not too bad. No, I'm not usually too bad, but I feel like just because I'm sprinting as well, trying to go to sleep after this is going to be tricky.
Yeah.
It's going to be tricky.
My hair.
But I'm very, very close to finishing my book. So I think I'm going to throw us back into a sprint because I think I'm going to finish it in another one. I'm not going to say this is the last sprint because I might try to do this one as well as a last sprint, which is the XX.
How many pages do you have left on this one?
Oh, that one I've got about 200 pages. So I won't finish it. but I want to finish this one, of which I have 30 pages, and then maybe pick up that one for the last sprint.
That sounds good.
Because obviously that was meant to be a vlog and it hasn't been yet. So I also didn't, I realized earlier I'd said in my vlog clip, I'll catch you up when I hit 100 pages. And I didn't. And then I said, oh, I need to update my vlog in the next sprint. And then I didn't. So I'm doing really well.
You're doing great. You're just doing great.
It'll be loads of B-roll and absolutely no talking about books. Standard. So yeah. Although I've just realised it's 9 o'clock for you, isn't it? So it's going to be your bedtime very soon.
Yes, it is 9:05. Yeah.
Do you want to call this the last sprint then, and then I'll just go until I'm finished, rather than stick a timer on?
Well, honestly, I don't mind, because even if you want to do another sprint after that, I'll just go shower and get ready for bed. So like, I don't mind really. It's not that late for me. I'm not feeling too sleepy, so.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Right, we'll do at least one more then. I won't say last sprint. We'll see how we get on.
Okay, perfect.
I think I've got another 2 in me, but we shall see.
For this one.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you in 45.
Yes.
Hey. You're muted.
Hey. All good.
I finished it.
I finished as well, and I had time to take a shower. I made tea, herbal tea. All good.
Oh, I just finished it, updated Goodreads, and then I read 4 pages. Did not get nearly as much done.
We can go for another session if you want. I have Legends and Lattes on my Kindle that I started, so I can continue this one.
We might. I might end it here and just read a little bit in bed, because my fear is if it's 9 o'clock now, if I do another sprint, it will be until 10, which means I won't finish until 10:30, 11:15, and I won't get to sleep until like midnight. So it's just, that's the bit that worries me. But I'm proud of us for finishing the books. You finished 2. Look at you go.
I finished 2. Very short books, but yeah, I finished 2.
But you did. Now I've just got to decide what we're going to read next week.
Yeah. I have 3 other middle grades. I might go for those. Maybe. I don't know.
That's a good idea.
See. I have options. You might need to help me decide, but yeah.
No, that's fair. I'm tempted to dedicate next Sunday to just cleaning up my TBR and just trying to get through as many of the currently reading books that I'm currently reading.
Yep. Might be a good
And I'm
idea.
going to try and do that over this week anyway, but yeah, we shall see. The one book that I haven't read this month that I really wished I'd gotten to is The Mad Woman's Ball, which is the classic Gothic or modern Gothic about the women in a mental institute. I'm disappointed I didn't get to that one, so I might prioritize that one next week.
Yeah, maybe you can still sneak it in.
Well, it's really short. It's only like 200 pages, so
you can definitely sneak it in. Yeah, for sure.
So I might do that and then try and finish some of the others. But obviously we've got a little catch up in the evening anyway, so
that is true. Yes, absolutely.
So Priscilla rocks up for the final sprint. Love that. Hey, I joined the last sprint. I'm reading The Fiery Heart. Love that too. Read 78 pages. Oh, you've got 70 pages left to go. Nice. I did my exercise and posted a picture on Discord. Excellent. Yay me. Also, I really liked Amena's text me during that as well, saying that she's really enjoying these hollowed vowels. So
that's good. Yeah.
I'm feeling really productive. Yeah. Go to bed. It is bedtime. Thank you. So yeah, okay. Well, we spent most of this sprint promoting Book Wanderers, but did you want to give it another shout out before we go?
Well, why not? We have until the end of November for the fall readathon. I am posting tomorrow. I do remember I'm posting tomorrow a bingo just for Halloween that will last a whole week, like last week of the month. And then, yeah, just join, come have fun with us. I have a Discord. It's also on Goodreads. So if you don't like Discord, there's still the Goodreads. And yeah, I'm excited about the book club.
Yeah, me too. And I'm excited to see what you're coming up with for winter, because that'll be with us in a month.
I'm excited. I already have the visuals. The readathon has been ready for like a month now. I have the visuals and everything. I'm going to check them, double check them. And yeah, I'm very excited about that.
Me too. Right. Well, make sure to check out Waypoint, because we've still got Gothtober hoodies up for sale. So if you want to treat yourself to something Gothtober related, that's a great way to do that. But other than that, I hope you guys have enjoyed these sprints today. I will see you on Saturday, if not before.
Yeah.
Bye.